Cutter Information Corp's American Programmer Summit 97, April 8th through 10th, 1997. This is Tape 10, Year 2000 Panel Debate. Includes these participants: Peter de Jager, Speaker Consultant and author on the Year 2000. Stephen Andriol, Chief Technology Officer of Cigna Corporation. David Eddy, a consultant who is experienced in software development for banking and insurance. And Nicholas Zegentoff, an internationally known expert on the management of existing software systems, including testing, documentation, adaptation, functional modifications, and re-engineering.
Faster than we did yesterday when I did this, and then open it up to the floor for questions and comments and so on. So, David?
I was thinking this morning as I came in that as I read the very impressive blurbs of people's careers, now I'm going to move up on my bio of, I'm a maintenance programmer. And that's going to be a positive. And I, as a tool vendor, I focused on Year 2000 about 2.5 years ago, and in the inventory phase, because basically as a programmer, I assume everybody here at one time in their life their paycheck is dependent on writing code. Yes, yes, yes. And when you go to fix, or you make a change or do something with existing code, there is no documentation. If there is documentation, it's wrong. So you look at the source code. Source code can be a load module. So I deal with a tool that looks at varieties of source code to give an inventory of how all the pieces are fit together. So basically, in my normal other hat, I'm trying to peddle this thing to companies that, through Howard Rubin's black hole study, do not know what they have. Prior to doing this, I was in the data dictionary world, so I have absolute knowledge of how little command of the software asset, software resource, large companies have. They just don't have a clue. And so that's a little background on me. I personally do not believe the world will end. Mankind is like cockroaches. We will survive. But what is going to be needed is serious thinking out of the box about triage. Thinking and acting out of the box. There are lots of things that go on in our society that are just not relevant. And to me, society is global, not just local. But there is going to have to be a lot of real, serious, hard choices made. And I think the things get increasingly murky probably mid-'98 when when guys like Steve here are going to variously help large companies declare that, hey, this is really serious. We're going to have to go offline with a lot of stuff, and going to drag in a lot of other companies to publicly say this, federal government, etc. So mid-'98, I think, is when stuff really starts to get sticky, and how to determine what not to do. And that really, to me, is the issue of triage. You got 100 things here. Which ones do you choose not to do? Make the problem smaller. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, Steve, your 2 cents.
Okay, I'll give you 2 cents. We actually, I guess we would, on Peter's scorecard, we'd probably get a B, maybe a B minus. We began a couple of years ago, and we got very serious in our efforts to convince senior business management, not the technology management. There wasn't much of a disagreement there about the problem, but to convince senior business management that this was a serious problem. Now, the way it works in most large corporations, as many of you know, is that if it doesn't make the short list of priorities for the senior business executive, it ain't going to happen. So we were successful, I might add, and then this is why maybe we get a B. I'm not sure. When I'm done, you can grade us. Well, I'm not finished yet, so maybe you want to. So far, so good. We were very successful getting our CEO to say, this goes on my short list of things that I am looking at all the division presidents to make happen over the next several years. Now, that's, as you all, I'm sure, can appreciate, really significant, because that means that they have been authorized to spend money. And they've been authorized to do the triage, which means to push things off the list that otherwise might have gotten on the list. Now, the reason why getting on the CEO's short list is so important is because that's precisely what it is. It's about a list of 2 or 3 things, and that's all per year that our senior business leadership would like the division presidents to focus on. I think that's realistic. Getting on that short list is hard. A couple of years ago, we made that. So consequently, we're in a situation where we've completed the inventory. We've completed the sizing, and we've begun the conversion itself. Now, having said all of that, what worries me very much, given what we talked about this morning, that even though we've tried to attach very special project status to this activity, we're still going to have problems. So what I would like to see us turn our attention to now is the contingency planning of what we do when it doesn't work. Now, that's not to say we believe it won't, but of course we do believe there's going to be problems, obviously. And you cannot anticipate all the problems, regardless of how early you may have started. And as we heard this morning, and of course we've already concluded, that this isn't just an individual problem. This problem is going to be connected with lots of other people we do business with. It's going to be exacerbated by all the extranet activities as well that are going on out there, which we haven't talked about. It's going to be, you may address that this afternoon, that's going to be extraordinary, the complexities created there as well. So what we're doing is we've tried to create very special status for the project itself. We have tried to, we have gotten on the short list. We're now looking from an HR point of view of creating some unique incentives for the individuals that will be connected with the project. This cannot be just a 2-year project or 3-year project or 4-year project, but rather should be seen as a kind of term deal where certain people, key people, will be incentivized to stay with this through and beyond the year 2000, because it probably won't all go away in the year 2000, obviously. So that's some of the steps that we've taken. So I mean, I would grade us as a solid B, and the reason why I wouldn't grade us higher is because there's so much uncertainty here. There's just so much uncertainty, and this being a real date, this is turning out to be much more of a risk management project than anything else. And again, historically, we're okay with that, but we're not terrific at that. None of us in this room are probably terrific at that. So given all that, we've put things in motion, very special project status, incentives. We're still worried, and now we're going to turn our attention to contingency plans.
I think I'll skip Peter for the moment. For the moment, I said. And because Nicholas, I'm looking at his slides here. He's got 2 other dates.
Oh, well, you give me, shall I put my two? Could you put those 2?
I could. Indeed, I even will.
And get it warmed up? Well, yeah, it slowly warms up. Well, I'm already widely unpopular, I hear, for beating up on Al Davis. I want you to know that Al Davis and I have embraced, forgiven each other, but don't agree. So, oh, excuse me. Well, I'll sit down and do the.
This will come up in a moment.
I'm glad to hear the announcement that the year 2000 question is just a test. That's what Ed Yourdon was really trying to tell us, so that you can disregard it when you hear this announcement. But those other 2 dates are 2 dates which will live in infamy in the 21st century. Does anybody know what those 2 dates are?
The Unix rollover date?
January the 19th, 2038 is when? The end date of Unix time. And September the 17th, 2042 is what? It's the end date of the IBM hardware clock, the mainframe clock. So those are 2 clocks which tell us what real time is. But getting the CEO of Cigna Insurance to put that on a short list is
There's
unlikely.
no way I can get that on a short
That's
list.
right. So the odd thing about the year 2000 problem for all of us to live through, especially those of us who are in maintenance, is that it's the first time that a software issue has been tangible to the person in the street. And the third thing about it that's been so amazing is that it's excited, I believe, millennial superstitions. And one superstition, for instance, is the story that goes around that Ed apparently used on Tuesday morning, and I wasn't there in order to make myself unpopular by beating up on him, that airlines will not fly on January the 1st, the year 2000. Well, I can't say no airlines will not fly, but when I heard the story around a lunch table a couple of weeks ago, as a matter of fact, everybody believed it, but somebody put a name to it, said it was Lufthansa. So I called up Lufthansa, the PR department, and said, A, are you going to fly on January the 1st, year 2000? They said, you definitely are. Secondly, I said, have you heard this rumor before? The PR person said, yes, we've been hearing it for months, and we're hoping it'll go away. But it's an urban myth, and I think in the next 3 years, we have to be very careful of not being led astray.
How do you know you're not being led astray by the PR department?
Yeah, of course. Well, there you go. But it's obviously true from what happened in California with the cultists that strange millennial superstitious fears are just as rampant among computer aware people.
Only webmasters.
Okay. Yeah. But it is real. That's the thing that makes this an urban myth that's going to surely fuel. How many speeches did you make last year, Peter?
More than 100.
More than 100. Certainly going to fuel the whole industry for the next 3 years. Is that there's nobody who's in software who will say this glitch could not happen. I think perhaps the best that might come of it is it focuses us on some practices like what do you have to do with the date field. You have to make sure that every reference to time in your systems is unambiguous, correctly interpreted, and correctly acted upon. Now, what does that suggest? What does that sound like? That sounds like validation and verification, and it's true of every piece of data in your system. You have to ensure that whatever it's supposed to represent is unambiguous, correctly interpreted, and correctly acted upon. So this notion that this particular piece of verification and validation is so big that it has to be the only project that we're doing in the next 3 or 4 years suggests what's going to happen. Why does everything else not fail continually, and those dates and so on? So it's focusing attention on our industry, and it's focusing attention on a real thing, except that if we let the hysteria about the undoableness of this get away from us, I believe we're being irresponsible to the software industry that we're part of.
Okay, with that,
Long tail.
that's all right. Let me open things up for questions. Can we turn off the projector
Yeah,
also?
Can you take me out of limelight?
Yeah.
We're hoping to blind you so that.
Thank you.
At the
No, it's
front
a
here.
switch in the front. Great, thanks. Okay, a question. We need to get a microphone into the back of the room here. Where are both our microphone holders are up in the front. We need to get Ann or Karen to the back if we can. Yes, Ian.
Thank you. Yeah, the back table's been a bit quiet this morning, so it's time
Well,
to make up
that's
for it.
because Rob's not here. I don't know where he went. He's probably still got a hangover.
We buried him last night. It's okay. To the whole panel, please. I work for a company that does have a plan, and we do have a budget, and we have resources, and we have contracts, and we have all that sort of stuff. And I have a great fear, and the fear is not in the commercial crap that we seem to spend so much time talking about. But then again, I don't work for a bank. In the plan, I didn't believe the process control and automation figures that we got out. So I've had a fairly detailed study done in that area. And it's really scary to me because the vendors can't tell us anything. If you think normal commercial systems code isn't documented, you ought to see PLC code and process control code. And I can't find much about it. It was comforting to hear you mention it, Peter, but do any of you have much experience with process control equipment and vendors and software? And can you give us some advice on where we might get some decent information?
I did a little bit of work with Shell up in Aberdeen. Spent about a day with them, and part of that day was looking at responses from vendors of PLCs and that type of equipment. And the responses, I suppose, would be very comforting to some. They basically said, our engineers do not feel that even if this thing failed, it would cause you any trouble. And these are from some of the larger names of these companies. There is no real hard information yet. It's beginning to be gathered. Shell is looking at the entire North Sea oil field. They have between 1,000 and 1,500 embedded systems in critical situations on each platform, and they are beginning, as we speak, to inspect them one by one.
I think the main worry to me is that we talk about businesses being damaged, but if we get that wrong, then you damage people, and that's far worse. From our survey of vendors, less than 20% could give us any sort of answer. But the worst part is inside, because you can't find owners of those systems as easily as you can with general ledgers and payroll systems. Have you got any strategies for identifying owners?
Oh, was the word owners? Owners.
Yes, owners of the systems, people
Owners.
who are responsible for them.
Well, I agree that the inventory question, as an aspect of making sure our systems are reliable, do we know what systems we have, and do we know who is responsible for them? The configuration management question has been a nightmare, and it's been an eye-opener. This particular concentration on finding the entire inventory of systems has been caused a good deal of consternation when people tried to discover exactly that question. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a major part of the effort to discover who is actually responsible for particular systems.
Most of the effort, I mean, the whole, what is a system? It's a gray cloud. I mean, it all depends on your perspective. My personal, I think of system, IBM, MVS, that kind of stuff. But, you deal in a physical world. I've never worked, with one exception, I've never worked for a company that actually made anything physical. My entire working life has been up here in Boston. They don't make anything here.
You might want to contact Capers Jones. Between Capers and Howard Rubin, both of whom were here yesterday, they're beginning to develop some interesting generic metrics data. Capers in particular has been focusing on the year 2000 cost for embedded systems within the Defense Department, where they're quite concerned. Airplanes may not fly, missiles may go where they're not supposed to go, or goodness knows what else. And Capers has begun generating some cost figures, the average number of dollars per line of, well, I guess in his case per function point, for embedded systems, so that if you can get an inventory of how many embedded systems there are, you might be able to get at least some rough idea of the cost. Of course, it may not be a cost that you can control if it's vendor-supplied PLC code, but that might put you in a better position to evaluate the likelihood that your vendor is going to be able to handle it by the critical date. Why don't we take another question if we have one? Yes, also in the back there.
Yeah, we can, pardon me, we can finally get a word in now that Rob's gone. So I work for an investment bank, and after the Barclays crash, of course, we all have to put out a derivative risk management statement, which goes out to all our clients and so forth. But obviously, we should be starting to think about a year 2000 risk management statement. I was just wondering, in the experience of the panel, are they beginning to see that from various companies? Do you think it's going to, in fact, become a competitive advantage for people to actually publish these sort of statements as to how they're going to do it? And also on the selection of, I've been interested by the interlinking of things, is that I'll certainly be going back and saying we need to start looking at companies that have these sort of statements in place. It's directed to the whole panel up there as to what they've seen so far.
Royal Bank of Canada, beginning of last year, put out a press release that stated that the problem is real, that they are working on it, that if they don't fix it, they're in deep trouble. They've allocated $50 million to fix it, and this is what they're doing. And if anybody would like to hear from a Royal Bank manager on how they're solving it, please call us. They will arrange for speakers. And the immediate response by the press was not to beat up on Royal Bank, but to contact all the other banks in the Canadian banking system and saying, what are you doing about it? So the notion that it is a competitive advantage to announce that you are working on this has been proven time and time again. People need to know that you're working on this. And when you come clean, the response from the press has been very positive.
Steve, has Cigna made any public statements?
No, we haven't. I was just thinking about that you make a public statement, of course, when you feel as though the target audience is in a position to accept the data in that statement. And by that I mean there's some education, I think, that has to go on. If we were to send a letter out to 1 million customers saying that, here's what we're doing on the year 2000 problem, here's why you need to know about this, and here's what the competition may or may not be doing about this, I think we'd probably be opening up a Pandora's box. I think that what we'll probably do, and again, I don't know, but my guess is that to the extent that our customers begin to inquire about the meaningfulness of this, and that's driven by what the press says often, and that's often driven by press hype, that we'll have to come up with some formal responses to it. It
Well,
was
you're
suggested.
going to get much harder questions from the financial analysts and
Absolutely.
investment banking firms, like Chris's.
But they really haven't started yet. And when we have the analysts ask questions of us each quarter when the results come
Right.
out,
That's right.
we have not gotten questions like that yet. We will, I predict.
Very soon. There was a conference 2 weeks ago in New York, a Year 2000 conference, in which there was a panel session of investment bankers. Indeed, one of the gentlemen who was supposed to be at this conference, Wendell Laidsley, from an investment banking firm in Minneapolis, which invested in Viasat, which took Viasat public, told an audience of some 300 or 400 people who are all investment bankers, you should go home today and call up the CFO or CIO or C-something-O of the companies in which you've made major investments and ask them, make them go on record. And if they won't go on record, realize that you've now engaged in a certain level of risk that you'd best be prepared to evaluate, because they may or may not be Year 2000 compliant, and that may have some financial consequences on your $100 million investment position. So you won't get the call perhaps this quarter, but next quarter you will, I suspect.
Yeah, I suspect you're right.
Carl.
The 97 Jeep that I drive proudly in Washington, pretending that I'm still a cowboy, has 25 computers in it with the equivalent of 9 million lines of embedded code. Chrysler will not provide me with any sort of disclaimer, warranty, or written statement saying that this car will successfully drive on January 1st, year 2000, if those computers crap out. They will tell me that when the computers go, the car won't. The Gateway 2000 computer that I have, when I talked to them about it, I just bought it about a month ago, they said that they expect to have any fixes that are necessary by the necessary time from the vendors who will be responsible, Intel or whoever. I think sometimes we, in our industry, get preoccupied with writing lines of code in major languages for applications and lose sight of the fact that so many of the things we use are, in fact, very complex embedded systems, like the cars that we drive.
Carl, one thing I've noticed, the congressional hearings have taken a new tack of bringing up the issue of the chips, because it seems to be catching on to people, because you can bring up examples of cars, newer cars, and microwaves and stuff like that, and that seems to be, to not Chris but Ian, the information about chips and embedded. I mean, no one knows. I mean, at least you can go. I mean, absolutely no one knows. Least of all the manufacturers. I mean, these are foundries. They turn out. I mean, it's like someone asking you, where does the ore that you drag out? Where does it? Which car? Did that go into Carl's Jeep? You don't have a clue. The supply chain's too long.
Mark, are you grabbing the microphone there?
Well, I think someone else is ahead of
Oh, okay. Avron, sorry. Yes.
I wanted to support that concern about embedded software. Our research at Stanford indicates that more people are writing embedded software than are writing software products or doing software services or writing IS software all put together. They just don't call themselves programmers. I wanted to introduce another way of looking at the year 2000 that might explain some of the difficulty of getting people to react to it in rational ways, and that is that basically it's a natural disaster. A natural disaster is a naturally occurring event that happens to impact human life, mostly through failure of human artifacts, most of which could have been built better but weren't, because it didn't make any sense to do that to all of them, since only some of them would break. So that in fact, in a natural disaster, no matter how well you can predict it and no matter how accurately, I live in earthquake country, so we think about this sometimes, generally the triage method of choice, the triage method that has the least cost to society over the long run, is to wait and see what falls down and then rebuild that.
God, I hope you're wrong.
Do you guys want to respond to that? So you're saying that the earthquake strategy on the San Andreas Fault is to, I mean, there's got to be, there's a certain level of building code, obviously, for the buildings, but then beyond that, wait and see what falls down. Okay, let's see what our distinguished panel says about that.
I was speaking to a financial analyst the other day, and we were having a conversation that took about an hour. And he was asking for examples, and after about the fifth or sixth example, which were all backed up with phone numbers where they could verify the source of the information, he finally said to me, Peter, you may as well stop with the anecdotes and the stories, because despite the validity of them and the fact that I can check them, I can't believe it. And it wasn't I can't believe it. I said, what is it I have to tell you that will convince you that this problem is real? He says, as I hear myself saying this, I know it is irrational. The only thing you can do is wait until the first major catastrophe occurs, and then I will believe you. And he says, I realize that as I say that, I face myself in a position where I am unpenetrable buy your story until it is too late. And he says, I don't know how to help you convince them. And I think that's what's going to have to happen. You know, despite Nicholas is saying that, well, in the future we have 2 more problems that are going to occur and we can't get attention to those, that has no bearing on the fact that we have this problem today. And that it affects, I mean, when was the last time every organization in the world had a single project that all had the same name? Year 2000. We've never been in this situation before. Whether it's easy to explain, well, thank God it's easier to explain, because it's real. And anybody who tells me that the code isn't going to fail, Nicholas, you've been on the small cigarettes again. If the code will fail when 00 goes into it. And that's what we have to deal with. The fact that it's the first one we can explain, well, thank God it isn't real difficult to explain. I can do it in 5 seconds. 00 minus 55, I'm minus 55 years old. End of explanation. What part don't you understand?
Wait. I think there are many audiences in the world in which the simple statement that the code will fail when it goes to 00 would be accepted as, oh, that must be true. But I don't think this audience is one of them.
Would you verify that?
I'm not one of them either.
When programs, the 00 enters into the date field, you do not agree that the code fails? How many people believe that statement to be true, that the code fails?
I believe results will be unpredictable.
Look at the hands, folks. This is based upon practical experience, that you've written the code, you've seen the code, and you know it dies.
But there's no... No, okay. No, I actually, I have to give credit. Peter actually persuaded me to try this a couple of years ago, and I would not have believed, I agree, that a PC software would fail, but certainly I realize that it is true. Mine doesn't, but that's a new one. But when it turns out, I used to be a purist also about what changes you have to make with the year 2000. I said, well, the easiest thing is to change all the years to 4 digits. And I was persuaded by various people who have already worked on the problem, perhaps because they heard Peter early in his career, that as a matter of fact, 2 digits is a perfectly good representation of the year, provided, of course, that your software accurately interprets it. So it is true that you could write software that will fail with 2-digit dates. But on the other hand, it turns out that if you write your 2-digit date stuff successfully, it will go on running for the next 1,000,000 years.
Agreed. If you write it successfully, it'll run for 1,000,000 years. The point of fact is 90% of our code has been written such that it hasn't been written to run for 1,000,000 years.
Well,
Most of our code, when it sees 00, fails. The question is not whether or not we could write 2-digit year code that handles a century change properly. That is not the question. The thing facing us is that we have written code that when it sees 2 digits, it does fail. That's the problem in front of us.
I just want to ask a question. I guess this is a question sort of to Carl, but to anybody who works with real-time or whatever it is, embedded hardware, whatever it is, I don't know. I mean, is it possible to test a chip and see if it works? I mean, I can't imagine you can't run a car up to the year 2000, so what happens?
I don't have access to what Chrysler has, which is a way of running my Jeep clock forward to find out whether or not it's going to crap out on me on that Saturday. And I'd prefer not to use my car anyway. I'd rather have them do it with one of their test cars. But in DoD, we have, in fact, tested a lot of these chips, and the MITRE briefing that they did for Dr. Anita Jones has specific data, and there's a lot of classified stuff, too, that I don't have access to, that tells you that which systems will fail and why. And if you have the Dr. Jones briefing is at the MITRE homepage, you can get it. Or if you can't get it from them, I'll send me a card, I'll send it down to you, 30-some files. But that doesn't solve the problem, because a lot of these embedded systems, if they're DoD, are really legacy systems going back to times when companies existed that are now out of business, using languages that we no longer support or use. And so the fix problem, plus you got to find a new company that you got to contract with, the fix problem is slow at a time when we have no time.
First of all, I want to say that I think the whole process and these talks are really useful. I don't think anything changes in our society until people get really scared, and maybe it will have to be after the year 2000. And I appreciate you guys, David and Peter and anyone else who's out there trying to raise the level of consciousness on this issue. I imagine it's quite difficult to do. But I think on the other hand...
Depressing is the word.
Well, for you it is because it's your living. But I think, first of all, we're going to leave aside the question of the year 10,000 when we go to 5 digits. I don't think anyone's even approached that yet. And I'm wondering, well, we can talk about that later.
He's a much younger guy than we are.
But people,
Yes.
yeah, sure. But people, I mean, the other thing about people is that they like a certain level of fear. I mean, I wrote down the names of popular movies. I mean, one was Earthquake. We have Twister. We have Independence Day. They're poor at, 89, 90, 92, 97. People like a certain level of tension. I mean, it's kind of fun. It gets people stimulated in the room. I mean, what fun would it be if we just came here and said, gee, year 2000, forget about it. There's no fun. But I appreciate the work that you're doing. However, I think there's some occasion for perhaps unnecessary alarm. I'm just wondering if you guys will be disappointed if on Saturday in the year 2000, when everybody else is going haywire, are you going to be disappointed if planes don't fall out of the sky?
I need to tell you something. I hope to God that I am wrong. I pray every night that I am totally, totally wrong on this thing. I don't want to be right. I don't want to believe this.
Right.
But the line
believe you.
of reasoning has systems failing.
Right.
So understand, I don't want to. He wants to be right. I want to be wrong, but I can't take his position.
No, I don't sense that you guys disagree that much. I'd hate to throw cold water on a good argument. But
Well, this is more just a love-hate relationship now.
right, sure. I understand.
I'd like to go back to Avron's. Oh, I'm sorry, Mukul. Sorry, I didn't see you had the microphone there. Yes, and then I'm going to go back to Avron in a minute.
Okay. I have a comment about this Lufthansa story, and it's the aging programmer in me, you see. Someone who was involved with the project for many, many years. I want to tell you that it has been tested to work till year 2004. See, in those days, I worked with Lufthansa from 75 to 86. We were CMM level 3 and ISO certified, of course. And so it works till year 2004. Of course, it was good code. We had 0 defects in those days, you see. And planes have been flying, so it is tested. But Peter, I have a question for you. There is a rumor going around that Heaven's Gate webpage had a link to your webpage. Is that true?
It was actually funny. When we first heard about it, my wife turned to me and she said to me, Peter, I think 34 programmers finally got the message.
That's not all that unusual.
Don't start the rumors.
No. There was an op-ed piece. Well, was it Sunday? Was 1,000 days.
Monday.
Sunday, Monday, whatever. Human beings get very peculiar at magic numbers. I remember not more than a few hundred yards from here, one time buying my lunch, and the change came up as 666. The look of horror on the clerk's face was astonishing. And he looked at me, and I said, what's the matter? And he said, are you the Antichrist? I had no idea what he was talking about. And, there is a Center for Millennial Studies here at Boston University, and there is a rich tradition. I mean, people in the year 1000, people, exited and went out to the fields to wait till the end.
In their Jeeps.
So there's right under the surface. I mean, people believe there's a reason for Waco, and the FBI can. I mean, they believe that stuff.
Well, and if you look at the stock, the Yaga year 2000 stock index, there was a big peak in December of last year, and the stock prices of the year 2000 vendors peaked. So just a seasonal craziness that comes on human society. So the guy who said, you said, well, how do we get people to have a rational response? Forget it.
Yeah.
Part of the fear is irrational.
I'm sorry. Matsubara-san, you had a question.
Japan experienced a mini calendar program in 1989. The emperor demised. We have to change years. So last year, the Showa era, it is 1964, and then all calendar dates converted to one, Heisei 1. So every organization should convert the date systems. And I realized that even a CEO realized the problem, and going down to the programmers. They are very clumsy programs that Showa 7 this year it's not existing, that Showa 72, but just adding the Showa era. A very clumsy solution. So I realized that many amateur programmer writing calendar program. So another example is there are many mistakes in leap year algorithm. So somebody many people knows the 4 years and intervals leap year, but maybe very few people know we have to skip leap year for in 400 years. So its problem is amateur program writing many calendar code.
But this is an interesting point that perhaps Japan is an existing case study. Did everyone realize that the point that Matsubara-san was making, that the Japanese calendar system is based on the birth year of the emperor, as opposed to the birth year of a religious figure, so that when the former emperor died, all of the date calculations had to be changed. So perhaps we could investigate some of the Japanese banks and Japanese mineral companies, and God knows whether embedded systems in Japan use those kinds of date calculations. But that might give us an idea of the cost and the defect rate and so on.
I did look into it a little bit, and there's two things. One is that the Gregorian calendar is used for most business.
In Japan?
Yes. And however, official government documents use the emperor date. And Matsubara-san has a driver's license that has the emperor date on it. Now, the other thing, too, is that when you are working with an emperor date, there would be a tendency, it's not going to 50 years, it's not 100 years that it's going to change. You know that you're going to have to change the emperor date. So you're going to make provisions inside the code to make that easier when you're writing. So my guess is that it would have been a smaller problem for the emperor date, but the Gregorian calendar still poses the issue.
Right. Steve, you had a question?
I've worked at two companies. One company, somebody had the brain fart to actually make the year one digit. And so, 1988, 89, they decided, whoops, we've got this problem. So it was, it was a mini version of that. It was one system, and they had to go, we had to go through it, and it's amazing what people can do, and you make stuff work. In my current company, we're going through rapid growth, the Target store chain, and we only had a 3-digit store number, and we were going to run out of store numbers because of our growth, and so we went through a big process to be able to convert to a 4-digit number, and some management person said, gee, if we're going in all those programs to add a digit, why don't we handle some of the date problems that are out there? So some of our systems are compliant, and we've rushed a lot. There it was a business reason. We can't open up new stores without that. So I think there's the will in a lot of companies to do that. I think what exacerbates this problem is how pervasive it is across all of that. So I think there are a lot of examples of, I'm sure the company that had the 1-digit date year is not the only company in the world that
was very common in the 60s.
Yeah, pick up Mythical Man Month, and in there's a photocopy of a project chart. And on the project chart, there's 1-digit years, which I found immensely perverse and humorous at the same time.
Where's Carl? I think Carl was the guy that told me about some Army system that he worked on with 1-digit years. Still, so they've converted it 3 times already. It's still running.
Right. The question I had, and it's just, Mark kind of brought it up, and I think Stephen kind of was talking about the public awareness of this. I mean, my initial thought, you talk about the disaster movies, Y2K could be a great disaster
There are
movie.
2 movies in the works in Hollywood
That's what I was
already.
going to ask. Is there something in the works, and depending on how it's done...
Let's try driving a 747 into the World Trade Center. Does that sound like a pretty good image?
Okay, and just comment on what do you think, given the irrational reaction to a lot of the public of this, kind of talk about what is that going to do to the industry?
It'll trivialize the problem.
Yes.
And I have a great fear that those movies are going to come out.
Next year?
No, actually, they're not scheduled for next year. They have the same idea. Both of the producers have the same idea. How do I know this? Because they're working with me. They're trying to get me on board as a consultant. Both of them are scheduled for release in December of 1999.
Yeah, you got the mic there.
Movie producers and lawyers scum of the earth, yeah. I think what I would find helpful is a sense of scope about not so much how big the problem is, but where it manifests itself. So to me, when I hear we're going to have all these problems with embedded systems and my car won't work, that doesn't seem believable to me, in the sense that I believe there are lots of systems out there that really don't care about the date. My engine control computer knows how many milliseconds it was since the spark plug fired, but it doesn't know what day it is. And I think what...
How do you know that? Yeah, how do you know it doesn't? That's part of the problem. See,
well, but because I'm a rational person and I know what my car needs to know, my car doesn't need to know the date.
Oh, this is Peter's.
I mean, my clock doesn't even tell me the date.
So what?
So why would I have any?
That's like I get an example on the store code expansion from I worked at it used to be a small financial institution here. And when I came on board 10 years ago, they were going through what was a part number expansion from 2 digits to 3, from 100 products to 1,000. The CIO, about 10 years later, told the story that the first attempt, they spent $7 million, or $8 million, and then they canceled it because it was out of control. They regrouped and spent $28 million. So to add 1 digit, they spent $34 million. This was a $40 billion company at the time, fairly small. Now they are 20 times bigger. And then you think about the pervasivity. The store number is basically once in a master record because it's a key. Dates are typically 10 or 20% in a financial record. They're 10 or 20% of the fields. The cars, you can't tell. You absolutely cannot tell. If it's a new one, not the old ones, not the junkers that I drive, but the new ones, you can't tell. Just like Carl. You cannot tell.
So in a chip, the way we buy chips is as follows. A chip is produced that has 27 or 97 or 1,000 functions on it. Some of those functions do one thing, some do the others. On many of them, there is a calendar function. It has a date function on the chip. When you build a device, what you do is you identify which chip you can get at the cheapest price that has the minimal subset of functions that you need. It might also have a date function. You don't need it, so you're not going to use it, but it's still on the chip. When the chip is made, the date is set on it. Everything is set the way it should be, the configuration issue. And then you use the chip and you decide which functions you want to use. The calendar continues to click over. On some of the chips, when it goes to 00, and this is what's being explained to me by the engineers, not that I've been able to look inside a chip, what happens is when it goes to 00, it sees 00 as a reset value. It sees it as the reset. So it resets the functions. And in some situations, the reset function is also, this is a hardware interrupt. This chip should not be reset. So shut down all the capability on the chip. So if you're using an ignition capability, I don't know, some other function, you can't get at that function because the date function is crapped out. But that's testable here. Oh, I'm not, yeah, I know it's... They are beginning to test, yes. Here's the thing about the testing issue, and this has been confirmed by SmithKline Beecham. They received on the floor on a single day 2 different process control monitors. Same version number, same model number. They went in and they tested the first one. They rolled the clock forward. I was in Finland. I find this amusing. There's a language problem. They speak in one language. They work with me in English because I can't speak Finnish. The lady says she wants to say they turned the clock forward. The English turns out they screwed the clock forward, which sort of sums up the whole issue. When you screw the clock forward on this one process control monitor, it worked perfectly fine. It took them about 5 hours to do it. They start walking away from that particular model, and the naive young programmer on the team says, we should check the other one. And all the wiser heads say, don't be an idiot. We've checked the one. We don't have to check them both. Grow up. Well, the young programmer is not convinced and says, I tell you what, how about the following reason for checking the second one? It took us 5 hours to do the test the first time. Let's see how long it takes us to do it the second time. The old wise heads nod their heads and say, that sounds like a good reason to do the test again. They test the second machine, and you know how the story ends. Otherwise, I wouldn't be telling it to you. The second machine died. Same version number, same model number. Now that means is what they have to do. They went back and found out why. Turned out that out of the same bin, there were two chips, one coming from one manufacturer, one coming from another manufacturer. The one manufacturer got it right, the other manufacturer didn't. Same model number. It has been pointed out to me by an electronics engineer, there are no two identical pieces of electronic equipment. Every one is unique. It's as if they're handmade. So when it comes down to embedded systems, what you have to do is test every single one we have installed throughout the history of mankind. Or, that's like, there's two ways to find a needle in a haystack, right? Forget magnets. One is you go through
The other one is you start rolling around in the hay and wait till it sticks up here, and then you found the needle. We're going to be finding needles that way. We're going to be testing embedded systems by waiting for them to fail. The fail-safe is usually to turn off, including for turbine engines. I do not want to be at 39,000 feet and find a needle.
Janine.
Yes, I think this discussion is really fascinating, and I'm fascinated with the topic, but I'm one of these lucky people who's not having to work with it from day to day, because people who
Me too. I just talk about it. It's
Yeah.
much easier than actually doing the work.
What I'm wondering about is the peopleware issues, because people who are working with this day to day are telling me this is boring work. And when more and more of us are going to be on these projects toward the year 2000, how do we handle the peopleware issues in terms of this is boring, we're going to be making mistakes?
Why don't we hear from Steve first on this?
It's a terrific question and a terrific point. And that's why I mentioned before about our attaching very special project status to this. And I know that, and Tom's not here today, but Tom DeMarco fell out of the chair when I said that the only real incentive was a financial incentive or a cash incentive. But I think that that really talks to a lot of people, and I think that's why you make that's how you make projects very special. And as I said, we're beginning to explore using financial incentives creatively to achieve these results, because this is very boring work. Now, the other option, of course, is to outsource some of this work, and I'm glad you brought this whole issue of the peopleware and the labor shortages and those sorts of things up at this point, because there's a lot of people on the consuming end of this, people like myself, who have this suspicion that unless you cut your deal real early, you're not going to have a deal. Okay, because there's not going to be enough people in the world to be able to do this, independent of the people that you have to find and relocate that were involved in these projects years ago, because you've long since lost your source code. But beyond that, just the professionalism, the integration of the methodologies with the tools, the testing professionalism, testing methodology is all going to be something that is going to be very challenging for us, especially when we're still trying to do, and I agree with Nick's comment, we're still trying to do all the other stuff along the way. I mean, now the fact is that this is the giant sucking sound, from wherever in terms of resources. That is true, but there will be money left over. We're not going to spend all of our money every year on the year 2000 problem. In fact, we've actually budgeted across the years, having begun a couple of years ago. So we tried to cushion that effect. Nevertheless, it's still a big ticket item, and some things won't get done. Now, this is a distinction between those things that won't get done on the year 2000 plate. These are other things that won't get done, have nothing to do with year 2000. Other plates, okay? And that's a very difficult decision-making process to engage in. So to a great extent, companies are going to look at, well, how do I marry all this? How do I get the people issues, the boring work, the acquisition strategy, which could involve outsourcing, vis-a-vis all the other projects that I need to get done? And if it wasn't now, if it was 2 years ago, and we started doing some of this as well, the purest approach to this is to re-platform, given a good business model.
Or buy a package, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a whole lot more sense. But then if you're doing it now or next year, one of my great fears is that many of the people that we interact with, right, because of our dependencies, who don't attack this problem in a sane way, will decide, well, I'm not going to worry about this. I'm just going to go buy a package in 1999, and I'll convert everything to run beautifully on that package. And of course, now we're back to the old software development problems where the schedules fall and the money, so forth and so on. We have to guard against that very carefully, because otherwise it won't work. Had this been 1990, 1991, 92, turning the clock back, then we could have very serious, in other words, if we had the awareness we have in 97, in 91, we could have had very serious discussions about replatforming based on forcing business executives to develop new business models to carry you through the year 2000 and beyond. But we don't have that luxury now. But the people questions are going to be really, really interesting, especially because many of the companies, I suspect, as they've moved away, for better or for worse, some of the mainframe-based application areas and moved toward client-server, for better or for worse, moving toward network-centric computing, for better or for worse, right, have lost some skill sets, or at least have modified their skill sets internally. So now they're at risk when that's the very skill sets they need. A final comment I'll make is if anyone thinks that the trend, which actually has been interrupted for MIPS consumption, is going to continue the direction it was, it's stopping. MIPS will go up, driven by year 2000 testing.
Mainframe MIPS.
Mainframe MIPS will go up, driven by year 2000 testing. No question about this. Because you're going to have to run systems in parallel, you're going to test them, you're going to have these systems running together for a long time.
Let me add one thing to the peopleware issue, and then we'll get the next question. Even though several of our panelists have pointed out that this effort will go beyond the year 2000, the perception on the part of the people that you're trying to hire into this is that as of January 1st, 2000, they are totally obsolete. Never mind the fact that it's boring now, what job are they going to have afterwards? So the part of your package, your golden handcuff package, may have to involve retraining in Java or the language of your choice once you're off the Death March project. Nicholas.
Well, the boredom. I've actually crossed swords. I've tried to beat up on Ed Yourdon once for saying that that maintenance was the most boring job that anybody could have in software. I tried to persuade him that it's perhaps the essence of software analysis to modify existing systems. But obviously, if you make the year 2000 analysis by putting your finger at the beginning of the code and looking at every line without any software techniques or software aids, then it's certainly boring. But as an engineering challenge, as a systematic verification and validation exercise in which you use tools and techniques, it's at least as challenging as any real software engineering.
Some green cards have gone up.
Thank you. Is that good?
That's good. That means they agree with you.
Oh, at last.
Yes, Jerry.
Well, we can have a very interesting discussion probably all day and all night about whether our cars are going to run and whether we should be on airplanes and so on. But we are all dealing with this in some way or another. And it seems to me the only thing I've heard that really makes a lot of sense here in terms of practical, what can we do kind of thing is the triage approach that Peter talked about earlier. And I wanted to see if we could bring it back a little bit to that, because I think everything comes back to, okay, so what are we going to do about this? There isn't enough capacity in the industry to change every line of code. There isn't enough time to replace every line of code. Some lines of code will fail. So what? We don't care. They're not mission critical to whatever mission we're talking about. So what are some ideas about how we can get into the whole triage in a very positive way, as opposed to what we're doing now, which I think is sort of a behind-the-scenes triage. We're sort of paying more attention to some things than we are to others.
So your question is how to actually approach triage in a positive, pragmatic fashion. All right.
I wasn't here on the first day. I understand there was a discussion about teams versus choirs that Al told me about last night. And I think what is probably happening now is that there's a lot of team play out there, and some companies are probably much further along than other companies. The fact of the matter is this has to be approached as a choir, because what we do is going to be, to some extent, very dependent. Our success will be very dependent upon what others do. That kind of awareness is unprecedented. That kind of participation is unprecedented in our industry. You've really, that is a formidable challenge in terms of what to do about it. Now, the triage part, this is interesting, because the earlier you started, then the more likely you were to be able to either re-platform or believe you could do it all. And I know some companies I've talked to, some counterparts in the insurance and financial services industry, that feel as though since they began in 1990, in earnest, they began very early, they can control this problem. And you know what? If they define it as I'm somebody in the batting lineup, I'm one individual, I can control it. And maybe they can. But the nature of this problem is even if they bat 400 or 500, they may not succeed. And that's where this whole thing breaks down and gets very complicated very fast. Now, the companies that started late are going to have to do a ruthless prioritization within the plate and among the plates. And that's going to be very, very difficult, given the orientation that most people have toward business, which is solve the next business problem on a quarterly basis, right? This is going to be very, very difficult. And I don't think that many of the managers who have a difficult time doing prioritization and triage in relatively good times are prepared to deal with some of these issues. Just because they don't have that in their experience. It may be the quintessential Death March project. I don't know.
Well, but how were you able to accomplish it at Cigna?
We started early.
Okay.
See, by starting early, you avoid having to make some of the really tough triage decisions.
Not anymore.
I know.
It's no longer an option.
Okay, so pragmatic strategies for now.
One of the things I think about is the whole issue of teaming. An image I wrote down but didn't use. We're now mid-January 1942. Someone has done some rough calculations and says, we're going to need 30,000 bombers, B-17s and B-24s. We need crews to fly them. We need ground crews. We need inventory. Where do we get 30,000 bomber crews? And that's, where do we create small, for lack of a better term, SWAT teams that can go in and help deal with these problems? But the thing is, in this industry, we have a history of stealing talent from next door. We don't train our own talent. And it's easy to bring up these ideas, how to get anybody to pay for them, and start, where's the training infrastructure to build 10, 15-man teams that can go in and execute triage once senior management has said, this is how we'll do it? Easy question, tough answer.
Steve. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, sorry. You don't have the microphone. I was wrong there. Back by Karen.
Two questions.
Roger Bush. Right.
One of which is related to the triage issue. It seems to me that, especially with the mission-critical systems, you deal with a moving target. While you're busy trying to fix the date routines in every place that time is referenced, you have users requesting enhancements, functional changes, other bugs creep in. So you have a change management process ongoing while you're fixing the system. Have any of you dealt with your management?
Some organizations have put up a sign, no development.
Well, that's, have you frozen systems in place?
There are organizations who have frozen systems.
And the second question, which is directed at you, Steve, is could you share with us some of the details of the incentive programs that you hope will work, and have you had enough experience with the staff yet to know whether those programs work?
No, as I said, we're just now beginning to develop this incentive plan. We understand it has to be different, it has to be generous, it has to extend beyond the year 2000 as well. And it also, and Ed made a very good point, it has to be something that acknowledges that the people aren't going to be paid and shot when they're done. I mean, it's that what happens next to these individuals is very, very important. I want to pick up, related to that, on something that Nick said about maintenance, and apparently there's been an ongoing debate about the importance of maintenance over the years. We actually established something a couple of years ago, which we call the Production Application Center, our PAC. And it is where we do our maintenance of our large systems. And we attached great status to it. We gave a lot of training, in fact, more training to the people that would man the PAC than develop some of the new fancier distributed applications. It's worked very well, and we've moved more and more of the systems into that organization. And a lot of it had to do, back to the peopleware question, with creating this environment where this is damned important stuff. The 8 million transactions we do a day in healthcare happens there, okay? And the configuration management methodology happens there, and the training that we've done for process improvement has occurred there more than anywhere else. So I think the way you deal with this is simply acknowledge that this is very important, but I really think you have to walk the talk, and I mean, you have to put these things into play. You have to have the incentives in place, and you have to have the training in place, and you have to be mindful of career management for individuals that choose to do this. Now, back to your specific question. I think the incentives really have to be unique this time, though. I mean, I think they have to be very generous and very unique. Now, the good news is, because we've sized our problem, we now know what, in the general range, we're going to spend. Now, of course, we don't know precisely. No one does, and you can't know. But we know, give or take, 10 to 20%, which is probably about as close as you can get. That's good news, because then we can begin to calibrate the appropriate size of the incentives against what we expect to spend within 10 or 20%. And given the number is so large, we'll have less difficulty justifying some of the incentives. I expect within the next few months we'll be developing these programs that encompass all of it, the incentives themselves, the career path, the status, and the like. Now, there's a couple of issues here that I'll talk about carefully, but I think they need to be discussed as well. One of the things that I think everyone needs to do when they look at a project like this, given its unique status, is to do a demographic analysis of the people that are involved in it. And frankly, what I'm suggesting here is, and there's probably no soft way of saying this, although I'm trying to preface it by saying there ought to be a soft way of saying this. All right. If people are not expected to be with the company because they're at a certain age, when the year 2000 rolls around or shortly thereafter, then I wonder about the appropriateness of them making longer-term decisions about investments and strategies connected with solving the Y2K problem. That's an issue. That's a very delicate, very difficult HR issue that companies are going to face. Conversely, what you want to do is incentivize in the opposite direction, of course. You want to create incentives to keep people around so that nobody steals them, which is another issue. And IT is not real good at the whole employment contract world for so-called lower-level employees. I mean, they're great for CIOs and CTOs and things like that, but when you get to the senior management level, the vice president level, we don't often think in terms of, what do we really do to incent people to stay around? We have to get much more creative and push some of that long-term retention strategy thinking that exists at the very top down to lower levels.
You said that delicate thing so delicately, I didn't understand what it was. That you're saying
Terrific, then I...
Good luck.
Thank you.
But did he say that the People, if you know you're not going to be here more than 3 years, you're liable to mess it up.
No, not quite that. You weren't listening again, Nicholas. Nicholas, what he said was, if you, the company, are working with people who are close to retirement, you don't want to make sure that they stay around.
Oh.
Why don't we ask him
But
what
he
he
says
said?
it much more.
Let me. That's not quite what I said either. I'm sorry. What I meant was, we'll go from syntactic to semantic. What I meant was that if there are people who, for example, have stated their intention to retire
2 years from now.
2 years from now, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to give them a lot of wide and deep responsibility about the year 2000 problem. That's my point. And that's still delicate, even if someone's declared. Now, it gets extremely delicate when people have not declared their intentions to retire from the corporation in 1 or 2 or 3 years. You have to make some very difficult calls. These are not calls I need to make, but HR probably needs to get involved and probably have some interviews with some people, because this is a different project. This is a different animal. And I agree with Peter on this issue, absolutely. We cannot treat this as business as usual in any way, shape, or form, which is why we went to extraordinary lengths to get this on the CEO's short list. This is a real privilege to get this thing on the short list. And there's only, as I say, 3 things, and this is the first time a technology thing got on the short list.
Steve. Oh, sorry. Before Steve.
A bit of a technical question. Given that this whole problem was caused by let's say, an inadequate technical solution to a non-trivial problem. Is there now a generally acknowledged long-term elegant solution to this problem?
Define elegant, please.
Well, something that will last beyond, let's say, the year 10,000. Something that can be... No, I mean, let's not be stupid this time just because we're...
Yeah, we don't want to make any statements like our code won't be running by then.
Yeah. And something that's going to, a solution that's understood, say, for embedded systems, for, CPU chips, which give the date, for operating systems, database systems, application programs. Is there, in your web pages, is there then a technical solution for all of that?
I've heard no one anywhere even seriously contemplate anything going past 4-digit years. There's been no 10,000-year problem solution. I have suggested that the format should be 5-digit years, because I don't ever want to talk about this again.
But that's not a long-term elegant solution.
No,
Well, I mean, this is what people said in the 1960s. We don't need a solution. We don't care about elegance. It's too difficult a problem. But is the problem too difficult to have a good solution to?
No, but the problem is embedded in computer systems in the following sense. Okay, little lecture.
Yeah, he wrote a paper about this.
Alan Turing proved in 1937 that any function that could be clearly stated could be computed on a physical machine, provided what? Provided that machine has unbounded storage, indefinite memory. So very often our correctness proofs, our notion that our computing is complete, could be complete and correct, forgets that limitation. So we're actually all computing on finite machines. So overflow of everything is a real-world constraint of the materials we're working with. Mm-hmm. So there's no guarantee that nothing will ever overflow. On the other hand, the 2-digit date, using 2 digits for a year that is close to current time, if you can find out current time, is a perfectly good algorithm. And the fact that many messages are going along with relative times on them doesn't mean that we will ever cannot interpret them. So that is actually as good a time stamping and calculating algorithm as we will find.
Well, by long term, I didn't necessarily mean infinite. Okay.
Right. But
elegant.
But if your clock.
But is it the case that when these problems are solved, they're going to be solved in, let's say, an acceptable sense, or are they going to be solved in a lot of ad hoc, mostly unacceptable, ugly ways, which are later on, maybe after the lifetime of these programmers, going to resurface as problems again?
One of the
problems. It's widely perceived that it's stupidity which caused the problem. It would be nice if we had a solution where at least people afterwards couldn't say the solution.
It was smart business sense that these approaches were taken. I mean, everything cost lots of money.
Yeah, but we're doing it again to ourselves. When we use fixed windows, When we say if the number is less than 17, it must be 2016 or 2015, and if it's greater than that, it must be 19, whatever, we are building ourselves an even bigger problem, and a persistent, consistent one, and that is going to be the following. Nobody is going to document where these windows are in our systems. And we're taking a problem that we know exactly when it's going to happen, and we're going to scatter it randomly through our systems. So it's going to crop up in the year 2005 and 2010 and 2017. We will not have documented it, and these things are going to happen. We're going to go back to management in the year 2008 and say we have a 2007 problem because we didn't set up our windows to work properly. And that's happening today, and we're using the old thing. We'll have replaced the code by then. I hear it every single day.
Stephen.
Oh, I just, I think Jerry kind of touched on it, and I want to make it a little more specific. You know, my company spent a lot of money to send me here, and one of the things that I convinced them was I was going to come back with some good information that we can apply. And we just reorganized, and part of our reorganization was to set up within a structure a box called Year 2000. And yesterday, we just hired a project manager to fill that. So what I'd like to hear from each of you is what are one or two things that I can go back to that manager and say, okay, you stupid fool, you just took on this project. You're just starting it. Parts of our company has done some stuff, as I explained before. What are two or three things that they can do at a project manager level to try to get their hands around and start dealing with this project?
Okay, number one, I hope the project manager of the team is not an IT person. If they are, I believe that's the first step in the wrong direction. This is not an IT problem, this is a business problem. It should be someone reporting to either the CEO or to the board of directors, and it should not be a computer person. It should be a business person. So one piece of advice, which is now too late for you because you hired them already. A piece of advice from Nicholas.
Well, I'm not sure this is... I think I would try to make clear that this is a validation, verification, and analysis problem more than it is a conversion problem. And that finding your systems, analyzing the use of time within them, and assuring yourself that it is correct is the essence of it. And of course, correcting them if you find that they're wrong or inadequate. And I think the limited experience that I've seen is that there's not so many of them that are incorrect as was feared. So it's the identification and the understanding of what's a correct use of time that is the key best practice technical question here.
Let me add one piece of advice. Tell them to pick up a new book by Bill Ulrich and Ian Hayes, the title of which I've forgotten. It's the year 2000 something, something, something.
Mine is up next week.
Okay, and tell them next week to buy Peter DeJager's book. Because seriously, what they are going to need is a fairly detailed, comprehensive, step-by-step plan so that they don't leave out some of the things that they might otherwise leave out. And that will at least give them, I think, the basis of a plan. I don't think that's going to address some of the key risk management and facing up to business issue points that have come up here. And I don't know whether we can help you on that one.
I have a little bit of advice. I think that those sources are terrific in terms of the steps that need to be taken. You know, the inventory steps, the sizing steps, and all that. It's terrific stuff. But let me give you some advice about organizational issues. Is it the charter of this individual? And I agree with Peter. It should be business. It should not be, or at least a combination. There's got to be buy-in on the business side. That goes without saying. But is it the charter for this individual to actually do it or to influence it occurring? And is this individual funded to do either of those two? Because
empowered, right?
Yeah, I mean, this whole issue of this person may have the responsibility, but not the authority, but they also have accountability. You know, that needs to get scoped out early rather than later for this one again, because this is a different kind of thing. And if, in fact, the individual is expected to represent perhaps a central organization to influence other parts of the organization to do it, they're not funded, which means they're not perceived as a resource by the other organizations. This may be a death march.
Do they have the authority to perform triage?
Exactly.
That's a critical issue, a critical question to raise.
Critical.
I can't add anything, but I mean, to look, I mean, at this late date, given the complexity of your supply chain, many physical locations, many physical suppliers, seasonality, color, I mean, yeah, the individual has to be, you know, basically, they're on this 100% of the time, and they have to have almost, it's not unlimited, but as needed access to the CEO and the manager and the senior management committee. If they don't, say, next. No, don't.
And change it. I mean, I realize that's wrong, but probably in a lot of people's minds, that's what this is.
Granted that I'm a step one vendor, figure out where you are so you can determine what you're going to do about it. Everybody wants to, you know, the old saw of, you guys start writing code, and I'll go tell the user what I'm going to give him. That's where everybody starts here. Oh, how do we fix the code? No. That's step two. Look at Fred Brooks. 33% of the effort is planning, 17%, this is for the building of MVS, 33% planning, 17% coding, 25% unit, 25% system. Everybody gets, they say, oh, we're going to outsource this to India. We saved 50%. Oh, you saved 8% of the whole project? Why bother? Triage means starting at step one to figure out, I've got 100 systems, I'm only going to do 40. You got to start at step one.
Ed,
Mark,
just real
yes.
quick. Winston Churchill was a voice in the wilderness until, I think, 1939. He tried to convince everyone that Hitler was dangerous, and no one would believe him. And it wasn't until he attacked. And I think the same was true of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Tried to convince the American public that there was danger, and until Pearl Harbor, really nothing happened, which is why it was a shock to us that we needed bombers or whatever it was in 1942, in January 1942. So, Peter, I hope that you get the recognition you deserve after the year 2000 as the great statesman of this issue. I'll just move real quickly. It's not. I don't think, because I'm friends and pals with David Eddy, I don't think the year 2000 issue is boring. I think it's actually rather exciting. I actually do maintenance programming for this issue. The problem with maintenance programming is not that it's boring, is that it's generally low status. So I think that's the issue we're fighting with. I think that's what Steve was alluding to. Just one quick thing, Steve, might make it fun. Offer a $10,000 reward to anybody who can break the system, assuming you could get some kind of parallel system going. Give somebody 10 grand to find it and break it. Now that sends a very clear message very quickly on that issue.
One of the quotes from Churchill, and I think I'm paraphrasing, when I look back at the resources and the time that we have squandered while the forces have been gathering, I despair. I've been reading a lot of Churchill lately.
Let me add a note to this because there have been a few bright moments in history in terms of planning for unforeseen events. And, I mean, not so much natural disasters like the ones that Avron was talking about. What I have in mind is Shell Oil Company, which began taking advantage of system dynamics explorations of possible sort of perturbations and shocks to a reasonably stable equilibrium of oil prices and suppliers and so forth and so forth. Using some of the ideas from Jay Forrester's work across the river over there. And indeed, they were able to work out some interesting scenarios of what would happen, which is the thing that we've touched on, but I think we've left out of the central discussion here. Suppose you converted every line of code in your own system, and every chip and every embedded system. That has nothing to do with the external suppliers and contractors and all those other guys, and the possible ripple effects, second, third, fourth order ripple effects, which at some point are likely to go nonlinear. And that's the interesting question. What happens if you lose your supplier of widgets and your response time or your ship to market time or whatever stops increasing linearly and goes up? Zoop. Well, you can model that in things like iThink or what are some of the other ones? Extend or Dynamo or there's all kinds of things. And you might want to pay a visit to Peter Senge's group, or Jay Forrester is still running around, teaching system dynamics. I think some thought model.
Can you influence, and do you have any? I mean, I've banged on the doors of Stu Madnick and Paul Samuelson and Lester Thoreau.
Yeah, they're
and
not
say,
interested?
No, thank you. Not interested.
Well, I'll try. I mean, Stuart Madnick was a classmate of mine, so I'll threaten to withhold my $1.98 annual contribution to the MIT fund.
Please do.
Okay, we have time for a couple last questions, I think. Who's got the microphone here? Oh, yes, sorry.
Yes, I have a question concerning, the overall scope of the problem, and it's sort of a two-part question. Number one, is the year 2000 really good for the software industry? And the second part of it is, will there be a backlash?
Gentlemen?
Well, you mean the year 2000 controversy? Well, I think it's focused our attention on systematic processes of maintenance and analysis, because to do this activity requires us to be a little more organized than just whaling at code. And will there be a backlash? I think the worst backlash, to tell you the truth, is the conception in the minds of the lay people that this is the only, that once we've done that, then there are no other things that could go wrong. So the good news is that perhaps we're going to learn some professionalism by this experience, and the bad news is that perhaps that increase in professionalism is not going to be appreciated or kept or nurtured beyond this particular case, because it seems like it's the only thing that we worry about. But in fact, if you look at a log of, the risks forum in software engineering notes, the ongoing forum of glitches, I guess practically none of them have been this particular software. They're just a whole sequence of all the things that can go wrong with misengineered systems.
I agree.
God, amazing.
There's no doubt in my mind that this is going to wake us up a little bit about what we do for a living, what the industry does. It's going to be a little bit like about the story about the engineers. They didn't become a profession until the bridges started to fall down. And maybe we will become a profession, because we're certainly not one now. As to whether there will be a backlash, what was that? I got a green. I wasn't sure what those
we're not a profession? Is that,
No, I didn't get the briefing. I don't know what I'm doing here.
That means you're sending money in the mail.
Oh, hey. The other thing is, will there be a backlash? I have no doubt about it. I would not want to be an IT manager in the year 2000 after we get all of this done, and we walk up to a business manager and say, hey, I could automate that for you. And they're going to look at us and say, once bitten, twice shy. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Now, there will be a bit of a backlash.
Let me offer a different perspective, and then we'll take one last question. This may turn out to be a zero-sum game. There may be some losers, and there may be some winners, both in the software industry and in the wider circle. There are going to be insurance companies, like possibly Cigna, who can take advantage of the fact that they started early. Clearly, it's been good for certain parts of the software industry already, at least financially good. Lots of vendors are doing fairly well. This is going to be another boost to the Indian software industry, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not that that's going to be a panacea or solve the problem, but it's going to help enlarge that part of the industry. As for the backlash, I think we probably all have similar opinions about that. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to jump in again on the backlash. The fact that we started late and we're essentially putting $5,000 in 1978 gremlins in the year 2001 when we come back and say, oh, by the way, I still need to replace that inventory system, that whatever,
That's right.
at another price will cause another series of backlashes.
No, I agree with that very much. In fact, that's the point I tried to make earlier about the things that won't happen because of the consuming of year 2000 resources. Infrastructure investments, which are the most difficult to sell in any organization, are the ones that are most likely not to be made, primarily because they're the least visible in the short term. Longer term, of course, they're the ones that bite you the hardest. And my prediction is that what will happen is that the money that is not able to be spent on other projects because of the year 2000 problem, the money will still be spent on some of the new high business value applications, but it will not be spent on infrastructure, which means in the year 2001, there's going to be some huge infrastructure bills that are going to come due.
One last question here,
yeah,
yes.
Talking about the winners and losers here, can you talk about effectiveness of any of the existing tools of ferreting out that 3 to 5% and where the issues are?
All these, I as a vendor, these are maintenance tools. How many people know of successful maintenance tool vendors? There are lots of tools for writing new systems, but all the tools, I've seen, we've been building a particular tool. It's very narrow focus, And when asked questions, well, what percentage do you find? What percentage of dates do you find? Well, actually, finding dates is relatively simple. And in terms of a percentage, we have no idea. It totally depends on the code. I mean, it can be at a very high level on one set of code, much lower, and it depends on the code. There are hundreds of languages.
Are you suggesting that the only legitimate solution at this point is to start with your finger at the top? And
No, not at all.
No, it's just the expectations, people expecting that there is a particular perfect tool is absolutely misplaced. I mean, the industry has voted long and hard to not have re-engineering tools, period.
Well, I hesitated because I'm not sure this is the platform to mention particular tools except David Eddy's tool. But yeah, I think there are some excellent tools out there, and I can talk to you in lunch about what I see out there. And it's been a wonderful vindication of a few analytical tools that were always thought to be sort of boutique luxuries, which have come into their own. And you say, this is exactly the kind of problem that this tool was invented for.
There are analyses and surveys and lists and so on of tools that address several different areas of this whole issue. You can find one list of vendors on the Year 2000 webpage. I've done a couple of issues of my application development strategies on it, and of course several of the trade journals are covering it as well. One general comment on it, for whatever it's worth, it's not going to help you a bit, since I remember you're still programming an assembler.
I forgot to mention I had an article in IEEE Computer in March of this year, which was about Year 2000 tools.
Yeah. But the vendors, both product vendors and services vendors, the people who are going to provide bodies for you to throw at the problem, are clearly going after the major lion's share of the marketplace, which is mainframe COBOL. Then they might be doing a little bit of other stuff, but PL1, autocoder.
Do you mean no one's working on APL?
APL,
I've been instructed
Jovial.
by our people to run from APL, absolutely. But I go after the other languages, so.
They're also going after the large clients. They're going to go after the Fortune 500 companies. The ones who are going to be in deep trouble are the mid-range companies who have come to depend very heavily on their systems, but who are running AS400s and RPG and things like that.
They're good tools for that.
Well, okay. But I think you're going to find that the answer is stratified based on your language, your hardware platform. And you see, if you're a small organization, a lot of these product companies don't have the time. They're doing a triage. They're saying, why the hell should I bother with you? I'm going to go after Chase Manhattan Bank. Many more millions of dollars of revenue are possible there. So on this wonderful optimistic note, I think
I have a little bit of humor. This is important. This is a Millennium watch. It's a countdown watch to the Millennium. It has a 1-year warranty.
Terrific. Let's see. I'm supposed to remind you about the evaluation forms once again. Please do fill them in at some point. And those of you who asked for water shuttle tickets, if you could see Beth right there by the video camera sometime during the day.
That will, if it is still in existence, it will wipe out the master personnel file on 9999. But I've done product development, sales, and marketing. Probably in the last 15 years, done quite a bit of IT consulting, strategy alignment work, and about 3 or 4 years ago, got in the crosshairs of the Year 2000 problem. It principally as an IT strategy alignment issue. In my mind, this is the most apparent IT strategy alignment. As Ed was saying, if you don't get this one right, you probably don't have a viable strategy. The things that I thought I'll throw out a few little instances right now and then maybe plant some seeds. The thing that I find most fascinating, I have never considered this really a technical problem. In fact, I think probably the biggest injustice of the whole Year 2000 arena has been that this was framed as a technical problem from the start. This was the news on this broke in, whether it was Computer World or whatever technical publication. It started and it bubbled up through the technical IT infrastructure, but in my mind, this is clearly a management problem, and it is because it puts the enterprise at risk. The danger signs I see when you look into an organization, whether it's a government or a public sector or a private organization, is as long as the problem is continually framed as a technical problem and owned by the CIO, I think it's a recipe for disaster. If it does not have the fingerprints of the CEO or the board of directors all over it, To me, those are the early warning signs that it's a project doomed for failure. It also says to me that the problem is viewed as a clearly technical. And I think at that point what you've done is you've taken out of the loop the best possible solutions that could be available, and that's management creativity. You've confined the solution set to a set of technical solutions, and you've taken out of the loop the management. So in some sense, I feel optimistic in the sense that now the veil is being raised, or the curtain's being raised, and management is getting involved, and you hear the discussions on supply chain. I still think that the supply chain issues are pretty rudimentary discussions. It's talk about which supplier may not be able to continue to feed me, my production process or my activity, or which customers may I not be able to feed. And it's not looking at second and third and fourth order effects that that could happen. And these second, third, and fourth order effects, or end level effects, are not dampened effects. They're effects that actually could have an amplitude. They get stronger as they get farther away. So and I think by and large, most managers never think about that. They don't think too far outside of their enterprise. So that's one area that I focus on quite a bit and try to get managers to think about, and maybe some questions will surface in that area. I'll leave it at that at this point.
Mike?
Thank you very much. Michael Ma. I'm a managing partner with a firm called QSM Associates. QSM stands for Quantitative Software Management. If there are any Canadians in the audience, it does not stand for Quebec's separatist movement. So I have to be clear about that as I speak in North America. My background is in engineering. I didn't listen to my father, who was a Wall Street trader, and said, "Come to Wall Street," because I said, "Dad, I don't think I could stand working in an industry that's that chaotic." So karma being the way it is, I've come full circle. Was a starry-eyed boy during the Apollo launches and followed my heart to engineering. Lo and behold, wound up being sucked into the black hole of software. And now I find myself on Wall Street because a lot of the companies that are dealing with software as a strategic asset are financial companies on Wall Street. So as I walk down Wall Street, I look up in the sky and I think, okay, Dad, I'm here, you're right. I've been with QSM for about a decade. We're known as the metrics company. Similar in some respects to some of the work that's been done by Capers Jones and Howard Rubin. We've been keeping and maintaining a worldwide international database of software statistics for some time. From that research, we've developed a number of computer simulation capabilities on predicting and estimating software development. So we got involved in the year 2000 issue, started getting worried about it about the 1995 time frame, because one of the things that we know from laws of software physics is that things happen when you compress schedule. What do you think happens? Well, if we compress schedule, we know from Fred Brooks' Mythical Man Month that you can't cut a project in half the time by applying twice the people. But it's a wildly unpopular position to say you might need triple or quadruple the numbers of people. So here with year 2000, we had an immovable deadline, and the clock was ticking, and there was a natural compression of schedule. So we thought it was extremely critical to start to bring people's awareness up to speed about the importance of starting now. And nobody listened. And it was very disconcerting because 3 years ago we started releasing guides on how to plan the resources that you would need in order to make it on time. Some companies and organizations have been tackling this issue. So we have some statistics on that, about the productivity that we're seeing. Ed's comment about, do year 2000 projects behave like other projects? Well, the answer is yes. That we've actually had to come to realize that this is a software project. It's a software project that requires an engineering design life cycle. And we see from the productivity statistics that it's within the bandwidth of what other projects have been exhibiting. Same thing with the overrun statistics. Some of the stats that I think Ed put up were conservative. I think the overrun statistics are worse. The cancellation statistics are worse. Because if you look at only 15% of the projects being late, well, that
that means there's one thing that's not being included there. They all overran their budgets because they made their deadline by throwing people on it. So with the year 2000 problem, there is a reason for the pessimism. I think that that immovable date pretty much guarantees that we're not going to get done because first, there are three parameters to measure. First is time, second is people and resources, and the third is functionality. Well, the ability to influence time has been taken away from us. That date isn't going anywhere, and the clock has been ticking, so compression's been happening as a law of nature. The second thing that we can manage is, well, if time is compressing, we may need more funding and more people. Well, guess what, folks? The funding decisions have already been made, at least in the last fiscal year and the year before, because we were talking with companies and they were allocating their budgets back then. So now you hear statements like you've got to do it within your existing resources. Well, the third thing that you can't give up that's going to give is the functionality. You're just not going to make it. So this is now a management issue, and I'd agree with Jeff here that it's not necessarily a technical issue. Long ago, it started rearing its head as a management issue. Why are people ignoring it? Well, I think that one of the things that we might talk about from a social behavior perspective, you might look to addiction theory. You know, if you've I mean, if you've got a problem and you're not willing to admit it, or that you're powerless over the problem, denial is a very powerful defense mechanism. I like the definition of denial by some of our psychologists in the field that say it's called lying to myself and believing it. And there are two ways to break denial. One is by an intervention, where maybe your family will lovingly confront you about the fact that you've got a problem. The second is hitting bottom. And I'd hate to see that collectively as an industry we're going to hit a big bottom. Some of these wake-up calls that we've been experiencing hopefully will start to get people's attention, the various milestone dates where you've got to deal with it. Well, in Massachusetts, for example, they had to start dealing with the year 2000 with driver's licenses, Department of Motor Vehicles, because it's a 5-year renewal. So in 1995, they started issuing licenses with double zeros on them. So these are these kinds of events that at least bring it to attention. But there are going to be some of these larger scale issues, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens. My own personal story about what happens when a computer system goes haywire, imagine it on a massive scale like year 2000. Well, some time ago, I got a traffic ticket. This is a real short story, I won't go too long. But when I got a traffic ticket, I sent in my request to have a hearing. Never got a notice for the hearing, and I figured, okay, maybe the trooper let me off. Well, it turns out that what happened was Department of Motor Vehicles right here in Boston lost their database, and they had to recover the database from a backup, and they recovered a backup that had my old address in it. So I had not been, I really didn't live where I lived according to them, and when I confronted them about this at DMV, I said, I haven't lived in this town for 7 years, and they said, yes, you do. I mean, the brain was in the off position. The computer says you live here. I said, I don't. They said, well, sorry, that's where we've been sending your notices, like renewals for your for your license, for your registration. So I said, my God, my license has been suspended for over a year, and I didn't even know it. Right? So I said, what would have happened if I got pulled over? She said, you're in trouble. I said, but I didn't do anything. She said, well, you know, you didn't pay your excise taxes on your car. I said, well, you didn't send me a bill. We did send you a bill. We sent it to Lenox, Massachusetts. I haven't lived there. Yes, you do. I mean, we just went back and forth. So I said, okay, I better get this fixed. In the meantime, one day I was going out to lunch, and I'd look in my rearview mirror, and the lights behind me of a police officer are flashing, like, uh-oh. I got pulled over, and the guy said, your inspection sticker on your car is expired. And I said, yes, officer, I know. There's a reason for that. He said, well, I don't want to hear it. I'm impounding your car. So he called a tow truck. They hooked up my car, and they drove away. In the meantime, I had to go to the head of the DMV to say, you know, I'm this hapless soul who now doesn't have a license or a car, and I have to work. So if this kind of thing can happen on a little glitch like the Department of Motor Vehicle computers, yeah, I do get worried about some of the things that Ed's saying. And maybe we'll move to Australia or something. Although they're not going to have good water, apparently.
or power.
Or power. So, you know, that's my perspective as a metrics expert or purported.
We keep our pulse on the industry. We've got some figures or some information on how year 2000 projects behave. I can also give you some guides on what to do about estimating what could be done in the next 18 months, and maybe that'll be useful to at least try to prioritize some of the systems that you're faced with, but hopefully I'll be able to contribute a little bit of that in addition to the other members of the panel. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Whoops. Jeff, why don't you give us your legal perspective?
Sure.
Sue us all.
I'm sorry. No, actually, we're usually on the defense side. But I'm Jeff Jeanette. I'm with the law firm of LaBeouf, Lamb, Green, and McRae. We have an office here in Boston. In fact, we have about 14 domestic offices and about 4 or 5 overseas offices. We're the 11th largest law firm in the United States. And I've been spending 100% of my time on year 2000 legal issues since 1996, when Lee Freeman was meeting with me at a meeting and started talking about it. And I said, wow, this is a big legal problem. So we now have, I head the year 2000 team for our law firm. We have over 25 attorneys working on the year 2000 problem. It is a big issue for corporate America. And you know, my feeling is I can't predict how much litigation we're going to have come out of this, but I think it's going to be a fair amount. And I think there's one reason why there's going to be some significant litigation. Again, goes back to Lee Freeman's article that appeared in Datamation. All these companies are hopelessly interconnected. They share data with one another. They share software with one another. Suppliers and distributors do EDI back and forth. The dependency models on third parties are really complex. And so what will happen is if you have a smaller company fail and maybe go bankrupt, the plaintiff's attorney is going to sue that company plus sue anybody that touched that company, anybody that shared data with that company, anybody that shared software with that company, all the remediation vendors that touched the system that failed. Because from the plaintiff's lawyer's point of view, if he or she did not sue everybody that may have contributed to the failure, he or she would be sued for malpractice by his or her client. So basically, everybody's going to get sued by the plaintiff's attorney that may have contributed to the failure of that system. And what the plaintiff's attorney is going to figure out is, well, look, let's say I sue 10 major companies that share data with a small company, and 1 or 2 of them contributed 2%, 5% to the failure of that system by giving non-compliant data down to the failed company. Well, if I get joint and several liability against those 2 major companies, they're not bankrupt. They're deep pockets. I'll recover everything from them. And the other 8 big companies that truly had nothing to do with it, well, they're looking at a very lengthy discovery period, 6 months, 8 months. They will pay money to get out of this litigation. And that can be used as a war chest to go against the other 2 major companies that are still left in the litigation. Now, the big companies are going to say, well, come on, if I get impleaded into a suit where I really did not have anything to do with the failure of the system, the judge will believe me. I'll move for summary judgment and I'll get out. No, I don't think it's going to work that way. What the judge is going to say is that he or she has absolutely no idea what really caused the failure of the system. It could have been 10 different factors. And so the judge will say, go through discovery. At the end of discovery, we'll sort it out. If you had nothing to do with it, you can move for summary judgment then. The defendant will say, yeah, but that's $600,000, $1 million later. This is expensive discovery. A lot of use of expert witnesses. This is silly. Yeah, this is silly. And so the defendant will turn to the plaintiff's attorney and say, look, if I pay you $200,000, will you go away? Plaintiff says, sure, you're not my main target anyway. Collect 6 of those, and then you've got a war chest to go after the other 2 that might have contributed to that failure. That's the first thing. The second thing is a number of my clients have been putting on mock trials where in-house they have their own attorneys do the opening statements, they do the direct examination, cross-examination, closing statements. They do a real mock trial based on their actual plan. They put themselves in as the defendant, and they put their own plan on trial. And they sit as juries. And in fact, one time we did this one client, and at lunch we all broke. It was just in-house people. And they put their own trial and plan. Very sympathetic, plaintiff, a widower who had lost money because she had money in the company and the stock price had gone down. It was a shareholder derivative suit, but she represented the class. They broke. Each group of people formed a jury, and we voted during lunch. We all came back. Surprisingly, it was unanimous against the company. And these are the people working on the plan. I mean, you'd think they'd be pro-company, but, they looked at it and said, look, basically, we saw this coming a long time ago. Had we devoted enough money and enough time to this earlier, we would have gotten it all done. And this lady was innocent. It really wasn't her fault that systems failed. So if it's between us and her, the jury's going to vote for her. it was a very sobering experience because, you know, the trial was based on a minor failure rate of less than 2% maybe. So basically we all sat around post-mortem and said, well, what we really need to do possibly is we need to present a different image to the jury. And this raises the third point. We've been working with Decision Quest here in Boston, which is a litigation support firm. They've been going around the country doing focus groups of prospective jurors who will be on these actual jury panels. And they've been asking them year 2000 questions, and they've been getting surprising answers. Basically, these people are very aware of year 2000. They're very aware that the Social Security Administration started working in 1989. They all know that. They all know that it's just 2 digits to 4 digits. It's not rocket science. You could train somebody in a few months to do this corrective work. They all are very aware that this was done to save money. You know, memory was expensive. So, you know, this company was saving money to continue to use 2 digits. They could have moved away from it at some point, but they didn't. Maybe to save money to begin with, maybe later out of laziness. They wouldn't want to build bridges or interfaces from a 4-digit system to a 2-digit system. So what Decision Quest was getting out of these focus groups was, if you have a defendant company that had knowledge and had control, and a likable or sympathetic plaintiff is hurt, the company's going to get nailed. Not only direct damages, but maybe punitive damages. So we're looking at this as lawyers representing potential defendants, and we're saying, well, what should we do? We're saying, well, maybe what we need to do is we need to position our defendant companies in different place. They should look more sociable. They should look like good corporate citizens. They should communicate more with their shareholders and the public about what they're doing. They're not doing that now. Right now it's like, we won't tell you anything, and look at the boilerplate in the 10K, you won't learn anything from that. It's very tight to the vest. Maybe that's a mistake from a public relations point of view. Maybe they should be a bit more forthcoming. Secondly, they shouldn't look so knowledgeable. They should be having outside consultants do a lot more of their work so that they can say, hey, you know, we weren't experts. We were relying on these consulting firms. They were the experts. And blame them if something went wrong. But that's not happening either. What we're finding is that companies are so nervous about this problem, they're taking more work in-house so they can control it better and control disclosures of negative information more. So they're not bringing in outside consultants. They're doing it in-house. Again, very close to the vest. Also, they should not look like they have such total control. They should possibly set up another defendant. They should say, well, you know how this all started. We got defective hardware and software from hardware and software vendors who deliberately marketed non-compliant products as late as 1997 into 1998. They even made us pay for our upgrades to become compliant. They're the real victims. So that when they get in front of a jury and a plaintiff, they say, look, we're innocent victims as much as you are. We put a lot of money into this. You rely on Michael's statistics to show that you had adequate funding, adequate staffing. You're not going to be able to say you started soon enough, but at least as if you started approximately when others in your industry started, it's not too bad. But you blame someone else. You blame the hardware and software vendors. Now that only works if you get all of your homegrown systems corrected, all the ones that you developed. If you have a failure, it's got to be a third-party licensed system or this gambit doesn't work. But what I think is going to happen is you're going to have major companies all of a sudden realizing they don't want to be the only defendant. They want to be able to blame the hardware and software vendors. And they're going to be brought into each and every one of these suits. So if you've got a corrective vendor, a consulting vendor, hardware and software vendor, wherever they touch the system, they're going to be implemented into that suit because the defendant doesn't want to be the only one there. But in essence, when you look at from a litigation point of view, based on these focus groups, what companies should be doing, they should be looking not so knowledgeable and not so much in control, but they should be looking a lot more likable. They should look like good corporate citizens, much more communicative. But that's not what's happening now.
Well, and of course we software engineers are duly empowered to do all these things. I mean, has this absolutely blown you away? I mean, this ain't software engineering. It's not a technical problem.
No, this is very much a business problem. I mean, this is a bet the company situation, where in essence you're so linked up with so many different companies, you could be dragged into 20 suits before you blink twice. And these are expensive lawsuits. Lots and lots of discovery, lots of expert witnesses. And no matter what you do, to the jurors, they're not interested in dependency models and flow charts or any of the COBOL versus Lisp versus Jovial. All they know is, and the focus groups bear this out, it's 2 digits to 4 digits. You did it to save money and then kept with it out of laziness, and had you started in 1989 like Social Security, you would have been done in time. It gets that simple for these jurors.
Somebody got hurt, right?
If somebody gets hurt, anybody, you know who's going to be responsible, who's going to be to blame. It's going to be the company. The company that had knowledge and control.
I just wanted to make a comment. Did the decision quest factor in that if this scenario unfolds the way we're saying it's not going to unfold, the juries in 2 or 3 years are going to have their own worst case stories? You're going to have a jury that's...
You're going to have an angry jury.
Right.
You're going to have an angry jury, and they took that into account. And the focus groups sort of indicated that they are very likely to assess punitive damages, if allowed under state law, if they have anybody they know, or they themselves, have been injured in any way by due to year 2000. So as lawyers, what we're focusing in on now is not avoiding direct damages, it's avoiding punitive damages, avoiding all those extra damages, and trying to figure out how do we shift that onto somebody else so that we're not the only defendant in that courtroom. And many of these companies will not only be defendants, they'll be plaintiffs. If you work for large companies, you're going to end up suing a lot of other companies because you're going to have claims against them. They contributed to the failure, they remediated the system incorrectly, they get bad consulting, they supplied hardware and software that was defective. And it's going to be an interesting concept as to if you were selling hardware and software in 97 that was not year 2000 compliant, is that really something that makes you vulnerable? And I think maybe it does in many instances.
Ken?
It's always nice to follow Mr. Sunshine over here. I have a bit of a checkered past in the IT industry. I've spent a good number of years in the user environment doing programming, application development, project management. I was director of data processing for a small company at one point in time, but also spent a lot of time in the vendor environment. I understand the issues that the end users face, but I also spent some time working in the end user environment wearing a couple of hats. I've been involved in compiler and operating system development and related technologies, hardware design for new products. So I really understand the technical underpinnings of what's out there. But more recently, I've been focusing on the management issues and how year 2000 is going to roll out and affect executives and businesses. And oh yes, there is an IT problem which you need to focus on, but there's a lot of other business issues. I'm going to relate a couple things to some of the people that have spoken before me. We talked about business and IT alignment. I'd like to see a show of hands here from the people whose CEO has this as their #1 issue. Very good. This is a lot better than most groups.
I was only around 6.
I usually get 1.
Oh.
So this is encouraging. Oh. But there is an issue here with business and IT alignment. We really need to get the attention of upper management, and if they're not properly aligned, you need to get yourself a good year 2000 chiropractor to straighten this out. We talked about heard from Rob Tomsep, and he talked about bunnies. I think we can't really have any bunnies on year 2000 projects. You need to be a project manager or a mouse, squeak up or forever hold your peace. A lot of different, I've been associated with several big projects that I've been brought into to take a look at that went south, and basically it's because people went upstairs, tried to present the bad news, would not put their stake in the ground saying this thing's not going to fly, and several companies, I think as Ed implied earlier, have flushed millions, hundreds of millions of dollars because the people turned out to be bunnies, and sometimes you have to put your stake in the ground and say, sorry, I can't do this because it isn't going to work. And I think for most of us, you hear the term triage, I think we're going to see a lot of triage that we're all going to have to do. So we'll talk about triage and risk a little bit later on. Spent some time working with Lee Freeman on the cover story for Datamation about a year and a quarter ago. There was a model that was put in that article that I did, which is the ability to model the domino effect of your internal IT resources on business processes, the impact of the supply chain on your business, and also the ripple effect of supply chain in which customers it can affect, and also the effect of customers and electronic interfaces on your business. So I think people really need to take a slightly different look at year 2000 when you go to manage the project. It's a very, very enterprise-wide global look, and you need to understand the implications, prioritize those things that have to be done first, realize that a number of the things that can jump up and bite you and take you down, regardless of all the work we do, are things that are outside the business. That does not mean you shouldn't focus on the issues. And I think Boris is going to talk to, prioritizing some of these things, because he has some very good ideas on how you should focus. One other thing that was mentioned by George Hathaway, is he here? Is George still here?
No, he had to go on back, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, we did have all the money necessary in the room. They have $900 billion in assets to fix the problem, fund fixing the problem on a worldwide basis. I don't know why we let George get away from us. But he did mention a couple of things I found very interesting in his presentation, about project sizing and management. Size is an issue. This is probably the biggest thing any of us have ever undertaken. Novelty. I'm not sure if you'd call this novel, Jeff, but it's certainly a different scenario than we've ever involved in. Complicated, critical, but also he mentioned stability. They've added stability to their model for measuring, the difficulty of a project and the risk of a project. This is going to be the most destabilizing event, not only from the IT perspective, but from the business perspective we've ever seen. So all the variables are in the wrong ranges. So with that, I'll turn it over to Boris, and hope you're kinder to us than you were last night at dinner.
Well, after last night's dinner and Ed's very eloquent description of the future, I felt totally suicidal. Then I am at the tail end, number 5, which drove me a little more suicidal. And I had to really think about what could I say. The only good note on this was that as a sometime expert witness, I did see a nice note of hope for me.
Oh, lots of work. Lots of work.
But the question is, how can I reduce the advice or what I have to say into a number of sound bites, because that's all we have time for. I don't mean today, I mean over the next 18 months. Those of you who don't know me, I've written a number of books, the last 5 having to do with testing and quality assurance, mainly testing. One, I'm probably the leading and one of the earliest leading advocates and very vocal advocates of highly automated, highly structured testing. I want you to remember that, because I'm going to be doing some 180s or 720s in a minute. 2, I am definitely what you would call, or have been in the past, a process liberal. I am a deep believer in general, in theory Y management. Okay, or is it Z or WX, but I'm a theory Y man. I believe in motivation, consensus, and all of those good things, and I believe in the kind of processes that go along with this. Okay? I'm a believer in firm, well-established, well-designed processes. Now, and you can check all this out by looking at one of my books or reading my essays, and now I'm saying this because I want you to understand to set a framework for what I am about to recommend, which I think is all I have to say about what we should do for the next 18 months. As a matter of fact, I probably will not be consulting on Y2K problems after June of this year, because it can only do more harm. I added up quickly the numbers that Ed was giving about the cost of remediation, and I've added up those numbers before. If we take the wildly optimistic, conservative estimates as to the cost of remediation and assume that our COBOL programmers only cost us $100,000 a year each, all right, we've got half the population of India remediating and testing code. They are not there.
Naviog will send them to us, right?
What?
Naviog Monad will make a quick phone call. And
Right. Well, okay. Don't plan on increasing your labor. You won't be able to. It's not there. Do everything you can to hold on to what you've got. Start overtime now. If you finish early by a miracle, you'll get it back because you'll be able to rent them out. And buy COBOL futures. You know about COBOL futures, right? There is a futures market in COBOL, in case you didn't know. COBOL programmer futures as a market exists. It's underground, but it's there. Buy options on CPU horsepower. 15 to 20% more than you think you need. I mean it. Don't necessarily get more iron into place, buy options on the iron. That is, options to use CPU utilization. That's going to be a restricted commodity. Okay? And if you don't spend it, don't worry about it. You'll sell it at twice the price you paid for it. So we've got CPU MIPS futures to consider as part of your contingency plan. Okay. Rule number 1, money is cheap. If you can throw money at the problem, throw it. That's the cheapest commodity you've got. Now, next one. Consensus is out, fascism is in. Okay? Dissolve all committees. The only kind of meetings you allow are one-on-one, where there is an interface between the two individuals, or one-many. All right? That's the only meetings you allow. No committees. Tools. If you're not using capture playback now, you will not be successful in getting those tools integrated. If you're not using automated tool X, Y, or Z, you will not be successful. I can stretch a point on scanners and things like that that find Y2K sensitive fields, but that's about the limit. Don't put in a new tool unless there's a tool maven to go with it. The first question you should ask is not what the tool does, but what's the learning curve to get my people to use the tool? And if you can't talk in terms of learning curves of a day or two, forget the tool. So I'm anti-automation if the automation is not in place. Okay? Don't change the process. This is not the time. I don't care how bad your process is. This is not the time to try to make it better. Live with what you got. Okay? You have to have configuration management. If you don't have that, forget the whole thing. It's a pointless exercise. Quick and dirty transaction-specific tests. Forget about coverage. And this is from the #1 proponent of coverage testing in the world. Forget coverage. Okay? Forget even measuring it. Transaction-specific tests. Automated regression testing if it is easy for you to do it. If you're not an automated testing shop and you don't have good test automation now, you're not going to get it in time. You'll be worse off. Okay. Now you have to prioritize transactions from 3 points of view. You start with the business, and this is a techie talking. Identify your transactions, the number, daily volume of those transactions, and what is the net monetary value in a business sense for the failure of that transaction on a Y2K issue. You've got to do that model. All right? And so that may mean 1 million transactions of $1,000 a piece, or it may mean I'll hit my 20 best customers with a $1 million transaction and the rest of the word goes to hell. That's a business model. It is not a technical model. So first you find out what transactions you even bother to look at. All right, now we look at transactions. Some of them don't have Y2K, don't have date-sensitive fields. Forget them. If they have a date-sensitive field, and let's say, gee, this is an easy one. I just have to change one line of code to fix it. Don't. All right? Not unlike, no, for example, if it's cosmetic, and your next set of invoices are going to go out dated 1900, screw it. What's the business impact? All right? What will happen if this field is wrong and you get 1 million calls on the hotline? That's a real business impact. If there is no business impact except cosmetics, an egg on your face, forget it. Don't make the change even if it's easy, because like Ed said, you don't know how these ripple through, and you don't want to take the risk. Okay. And then prioritize the testing. What is the potential best estimate of what will happen if you do not test this particular item? If you can say it's highly localized and well contained, all right, and you have reason to believe that the error will not propagate because of the nature of the system, don't bother to test it. It's going to be right 98% of the time. These are radical rules, but this is radical times. Okay, bridges and firewalls. Wherever there's an interface, especially external interface, build a bridge to cover your ass, not only technically, but legally. That's virtual bridging exchanges, actual bridging exchanges. The point of bridging is that it helps to localize the impact of the problem. It prevents the problem from propagating. And then my final comment is, it's the code, stupid.
Okay, on that note, I want to turn to some questions. I want to make just a quick pass on the kind of emotional question that a lot of people have, which is just how bad do you think the whole situation is going to turn out to be, given that none of us know? Just gut instinct. How bad is it going to be, and how long is it going to be bad? Why don't we just quickly go down? Nobody will hold you to this, so this is just, today's estimate.
I think the wheels are going to fall off on this. And I also think that there's not going to be a time when CIOs are going to be able to say we can come back up for air, because when this one is over, and it's going to be the Euro problem, then it's going to be the skills transfer problem, then it's going to be, and the CIO's world has changed forever. And this is just the one that brings it all together and gets everybody on the same page at once. So I think this is a catastrophic.
Okay, so it could be bad forever. Okay, Mike?
I think it's a bad time to be a CIO. And it's evidenced in the people running, as Ed described, in some of the highest agencies of the government. Things are not going to get done, and I think the advice that Boris gave is very, very effective in deciding, what are you going to sacrifice now, hunker down, and speed up as fast as you can. I think one of the things to do now is try to deal with some of the management aspects immediately, because it is going to be bad, and start to figure out what you're going to sacrifice, which things are you willing to let go, and then brace for what happens because that had to be the case, because now it is too late. This goes right flying in the face of the nature of who we are as technical professionals. I think one of the things that we tend to do in this industry is take on too much. And we take on too much because that kind of comes back down to what makes us feel good. We're the fix-it people. But now we've got something that's beyond our ability to fix, and it's very hard to start to pare it back and say, I'm not going to take on this, but that's exactly what we've got to do to bite the bullet and focus like a laser, as Boris even indicated, on what has to be done, and start to get some management planning in immediately.
I take sort of an iconoclastic view on this. I think that the risk of perception is going to be more dangerous than the actual reality of damages. We hired a focus or market research group to go out and interview CEOs and CFOs of Fortune 500 companies. We asked them a lot of questions about year 2000, including if you were to have a year 2000 failure, what type damages might you incur, what level of damages? The mean answer was $100 million. For these companies, these are Fortune 500 companies, they'd absorb that. I mean, it's painful, it's $100 million, but they'd keep rolling through it. Then we asked them, well, suppose, however, you're a public company and your shareholders read a lot of doomsday stories, maybe have a failure of a minor company in your industry sector, some bad things happen, but you're fully compliant. What could happen then? Well, they said, at that point, it doesn't matter that we're fully compliant. Our shareholders will get spooked, and they will short our stock. They will vote with their feet. And we could take upwards of a 15-point hit on our stock price, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So to these CEOs and CFOs, they're not that worried about the actual damages they would incur during the year 2000. Those are direct damages they can absorb. What they're more concerned about is the perception that they have a problem, the damage to their brand, the damage to their franchise. And there, how do you reassure shareholders? How do you reassure business partners that, in fact, you are going to be in good shape, that you're going to be compliant, or if not compliant, at least not suffer too bad a damage? How do you reassure them? You have your CIO say, trust me. You have your CEO say, trust me. Nobody trusts anybody anymore about what they say about year 2000. So essentially, the real danger, I think, to public companies, for example, is that their stock price is going to take a huge hit, which is not reasonably related to the reality of the loss of value of the company. People are going to say to themselves, well, hold on, year 2000 doesn't impact every industry the same. The most heavily impacted are securities companies, banks, telcos, utilities, hospitals, not publishing companies, not entertainment companies, not real estate companies, not a whole bunch of companies. There are lots of companies they could invest in and get an equivalent return and not have a major year 2000 risk. And so when shareholders finally wake up to the year 2000 problem, they may overreact to even the slightest indication that a company has a problem. And the damages there could be huge. So basically, companies really need to start thinking, how do they reassure their shareholders? Do they have an external audit done and wave that in front of the shareholders, say, look, we were audited by our big 6 firm. They think we're in good shape. We applied for year 2000 insurance. Based on an audit, the underwriter's betting its money we're going to be compliant. We got an ITAA 2000 certification. We participated in industry-wide testing. Whatever, they need to come up with something, because shareholders will overreact to this. Well, in certain cases, it may never recover. Like, take, for example, a company that's a virtual company where they have outsourced all of their manufacturing and all they have is sort of that brand, it's a very famous brand, but essentially the quality control is in the suppliers. If they don't have adequate control of their suppliers and the public begins to think that their product is not really of high quality, one of their competitors could take market share from them and they'll never get it back. That raises an interesting question. If you're a virtual company where you've got a great brand, a great franchise, but you're dependent on suppliers to manufacture your actual products, when you go down and send them these questionnaires, they're going to say, we don't have a plan, or we're way behind on the plan, or whatever, but it's going to be very scary. Then you think to yourself, well, look, we have a few manufacturing facilities. We've corrected all of our lines. It was difficult, but we did it, and they have the same manufacturing lines we do. Should we send our people into their plant and fix them for them? Because then we know we're going to get our products. The lawyers will say, no, you can't do that, because if you make a mistake, their other customers will sue you. Even if we get waivers and indemnifications from them, it's a huge liability. I always say, forget those lawyers. It's more important you preserve your business and preserve your brand. Take the risk. If you are not sure that those suppliers are going to actually get their systems done, help them. I mean, put in waivers, put in indemnifications, whatever legal mumbo-jumbo you want to put in, but take the risk, because what's the alternative? You lose your business, you lose your brand. It's irreparably damaged. If your lawyers say, don't do A, B, and C because the litigation is going to result, and the alternative is losing your business, forget the lawyers. Try and minimize the risk as much as you can, but save your business. This truly is a bet the company situation in many industries.
Let me get the last 2 opinions before I open it up for questions. Ken, how bad do you think it'll be?
Well, I think the wheels are going to fall off. And I think that the lug nuts are going to start to come loose a lot quicker than we think. I think people are going to start implementing remediated, partially tested systems very soon. They're going to start to incur some problems. They're going to have to stop what they're doing, fix those systems, get them back up. Some time will pass. We don't know how much. Critical systems done, they're going to wind up with very few, if any, really correctly running. So the prioritized approach that you really need to take on this thing is very, very important. So I think that the wheels are going to fall off sooner than we think. Those that really have put a plan in place to understand what their risk is, put contingency plans in place, not only for internal systems but for suppliers. Spent some time in Detroit with the AIAG, which is the Auto Industry Action Group. And they have a lot of suppliers, as Ed indicated. They're very, very concerned that a third-tier supplier that manufactures a 25-cent spring that goes into a brake assembly can shut down 4 plants because they can't deliver the spring in an 8-hour period, which is the just-in-time supply chain process. One of the resounding consensus we got, I guess, last night was your supply chain, just-in-time inventory and supply chain scenario sucks. It sucks.
Just in time sucks was the motto that came out of the dinner last night.
We said that very loudly in unison.
Yes.
They threw us out of the restaurant, so we came back.
No, actually, they moved us out onto the veranda. We're on the 2nd floor, except there was no veranda.
Okay, so finally, Boris, how bad do you think it's going to be?
I object to the question.
Okay, fair enough.
No, but I have a comment. No, the
Of
reason,
course.
now, let me explain why I object to the question. It is, all of us do it. I do it, Ed does it, we all do it. We love to wallow in Chicken Little. And every second we spend wallowing in Chicken Little and attempting to answer unanswerable questions is a second that we are deviating away from solving what we know how to solve and from putting in contingency plans for the areas where we are vulnerable, where we don't think there's going to be a solution. We should stop the Chicken Little stuff, we should stop the idle speculation, and get to work.
Okay, in that case, I get to make my comment. On one level, I agree with you, but on another level, whatever Chicken Little assessment you have of how bad the situation is will eventually determine when, to use my Titanic metaphor from before, when you decide to redirect the crew from patching the hole in the side of the hull to unhooking the lifeboats. So in my case, I think it's going to be very bad for a month or so. In the city that I've lived in for the last 30 years, I expect to have significant power failures, significant disruptions in telephone services, public services like unemployment checks, welfare checks, and so on. Airports closed, schools closed, banks closed, and so forth. And the reaction that I expect will come from that is that the good citizens of New York will be out on the street raising holy hell. I have no proof of that. I don't have to spend the next 6 months dwelling on the details. If I honestly believe that that's the most plausible scenario, then the consequence is to get the hell out of town. In my case, I've moved to Taos, New Mexico. If I don't dwell on it, to the point of making a decision, and if I stay in New York, then that's equivalent to having decided that it's not going to be a significant problem. Having dwelt on it in that fashion, made the decision, now I can return back to work and try to fix some more systems, which I think all of us should spend every possible moment helping to minimize the extent of the damage. I mean, that's one of our ethical responsibilities, but I think the rest of the assessment may be worth some time. So, Steve, why don't we get your question first, and then we'll get everybody else too.
Aren't we really talking just a whole different order of magnitude? I mean, Jeff's talking about people are going to litigate. You know, is your law firm year 2 compliant, and you know, are there going to be people? I mean, this is going to affect everybody, and I think we're talking about a whole different set of rules. And what we're trying to do is work within our current framework to say what's going to happen. I think there's going to be a fundamental change, and I mean, the government, their systems are screwed up more than everybody else's. So will there even be courts in place to have litigation?
Was that the question?
Well, no, but I mean, it's a, you know, we're using the wrong paradigm, I think, to approach some of this. And I think Ed's right. I mean, you know, I'm going to go home, buy a second generator because I'm from Minnesota, and if the heat goes out, I got to have heat. Screw my company. You know, now, once I've got that set up, you're right. I go to work for them, and that's it. I don't know, it's a comment more than a statement, but I just hear the wrong paradigm approach to this problem, I think. I don't know what the right one is.
We'll explain why. Okay, comment on this?
Well, one of the things I think Ed and Boris are actually saying the same thing in 2 different ways. We, as an industry, as companies, as individuals, a lot of times we don't do something because it's a good idea. I mean, if it was a good idea to fix year 2000, people understood it, we would have started a long time ago. We do things when we get scared, and maybe to some extent illustrating how bad we think it could be and the potential outcomes is to get us off our ass. And I think that's what Boris is saying. Get to work now, stop putzing around, and let's not waste any time. And I think part of the outcome of Ed's message, I hope, is to be a wake-up call. Because if you go back to this idea that we're in this big denial, you know, sometimes an intervention is something that is needed for people to just see the nature of the problem and get moving.
Yeah.
I still think people are in denial. A lot of executives are in denial. I agree with some things that Boris says, but disagree with others. Here recently I've been working with VHA Hospitals. It's an organization, membership organization that supports 860 healthcare institutions, about 1,700 hospitals. The executives in the healthcare industry are asleep. They are asleep at the switch. So as part of a discussion I had, or a healthcare session I did in Atlanta several weeks ago, we cornered Senator or Congressman Pete Sessions and said, we need your help in getting management's attention. So we'll find out today if he is going to hold a congressional hearing for health care for no other purpose to document the concern of executives in that industry, what their issues are for year 2000, so it can become part of the congressional record. We can get videotapes of it, and then we're going to disseminate those videotapes to CEOs for healthcare institutions across the country. The only way they'll listen to this is a real issue, is to get their peers telling them that this is a serious problem. So I think we still need to rattle the saber a little bit to get attention. And I'm sure Boris has a comment on it.
Okay, quick comment though, because we want to go on to the question. I don't deny the denial. I don't deny the oblivion. That's out there, that's real. The question I ask is, who do you help? Where do you focus your energy? You don't, it's a triage decision that we all individually make. My belief is I want to focus on those that have a chance of surviving. That means they're beyond the denial stage and they're well into the evaluation stage and have started remediation. Those are the only ones that are going to succeed. The others are going to muddle and nothing we do will change them. So focus on the ones we can help. Bob?
Ed, you and the panelists, with the possible exception of one remark Ken made, have been talking about a catastrophic event occurring on December 31st, 1999. I've had one system that started to fail in June of 97, another that hit the wall on December 31st of 98. These are forward-looking systems. I'm sure that there are other people in the room with the same kinds of events occurring. I'd like the opinions of the panelists on the rate or the velocity with which these events will continue to occur over the next 18 months, rather than everything coming unglued and the wheels come off on one day out in the future.
Okay, I've got some thoughts on that, but let me hear from our panel first. Okay, while they're muttering, I'll answer, and then they'll get coordinated. Howard Rubin, in his most recent set of statistics, indicated that 37% of the companies are now reporting that they've already experienced some year 2000 problem, and I don't remember the velocity, but he had one in there. He said that was up from such and such a percent earlier. Keep in mind, though, that in the case of private corporations, most of that can be hidden. I mean, it may be serious and cause a lot of internal scurrying around, but it doesn't get outside. I think the velocity is really going to pick up when you start seeing public sector organizations hitting their fiscal year boundaries. As I was saying earlier in my talk, April 1st, July 1st, August 1st, September 1st, and so on next year. That's when it's going to become publicly visible, and I think the velocity and momentum will pick up a lot then. Lee?
Yeah, I was going to basically say the same thing. I think the other thing that will expose it is the audit process. The AICPA guidelines are a little bit fuzzy on how much they have to expose this year. It'll be very clear next year what the exposure will be, because they'll be into that 99 going into 2000 window.
Right. I've heard that so far the auditors have been totally useless in this whole thing, but it now will start to come down in the big six to their personal assets. Will the auditors put their signature will they start to qualify statements at the end of this year?
That's right, because the going concern thing is 12 months forward.
Right.
Right.
So that should be alarm bell, because it's a personal partner or a partnership, and the local guy says, look, I'm not going to put my signature on this, and that sends off the alarm bells for credit arrangements, et cetera, et cetera.
The auditors not only have to say that the historical figures that you've just closed are accurate, but also that you're a going concern 12 months into the future, as best they can tell. So right now they can waffle, but not for long. Yeah, Heather.
I've been working on year 2000 now for over 2 years with a major hardware and software manufacturer, Hewlett-Packard Corporation, and I thought I had a lot of antibodies to some of this Chicken Little stuff, but Jeff, what you've said has really made me angry, and that's because, first of all, I'm sure it's a violation of some of those ethical lists right there to start the finger pointing to your hardware and software supplier and drag them into it. Of course not. Absolutely. Our in-house counsel has advised all of us that our best defense to the year 2000 problem, of course we don't look at it as a legal issue, we look at it as a business issue that we want to continue to be in business, providing quality products well into whatever, is to fix it. And I feel that the tack that you're taking is absolutely destructive to that.
Okay,
because the whole
one thing I should explain
the whole
is
partnership
I'm on-
and collaboration that's needed between our customers and us.
Yeah, one thing I
is-
should mention is we tend to represent the defense side. I'm talking about what plaintiffs will likely do. Just to give you an example, Milberg Weiss, which is a plaintiff's law firm, has 3 suits pending right now. Has the McCullough lawsuit, the Atlas lawsuit, the Semantic lawsuit. The theories of those are that the hardware and software vendors should be giving out compliancy upgrades for free because they were defective products. Now, if that theory carries with the jury that these were inherently defective products, that will strengthen later lawsuits against vendors saying, look, why were you marketing inherently defective products? So you may feel it's unfair, but I'm saying the plaintiffs' law firms are setting up the ground rules or the groundwork for that type of attack after the year 2000. Now, if you're a hardware and software vendor, how should you prepare for that? The way you prepare for it is do what IBM is doing. IBM has a website where it gives out lots of information. It's being very informative. It's noting which of their products are compliant, which ones will be upgraded, which ones won't. They're being very communicative. You can say, well, this is unfair, but the plaintiffs' law firms are setting up that line of attack. You've got to be able to defend against it.
I'm sorry, Jeff, I'm not saying it's unfair, because life is unfair, and that's not a consideration for me. What I'm saying is, first, it's unethical. And whether my customers who are providing, use it as a defense to turn against Hewlett-Packard, I feel that's wrong. But probably
No,
more...
it has absolutely nothing to do with ethics. It has to do what's the reasonable life of a product. If you market a hardware and software product that in 1997 that is not going to work past 1998 or 99 or 2000, you have less than a 3-year life on that. And a jury might say that's unreasonable, that a software product or hardware product should have a longer life period, a longer shelf life, and that it's unreasonable to market something that has planned obsolescence built into it. And it's not unethical for a company to spend $5 million on a software system and say, I should have gotten more than 2 years out of this. Ethics has nothing to do with it. It has to do with under the Uniform Commercial Code or other applicable laws, what's a reasonable lifetime for a product. Juries will not be thinking the way you're talking right now. They're going to look at that question, what's a reasonable life or shelf life? Did this give it? Did the plaintiff get the reasonable life out of this product?
So,
I'm going to do timeout on this right now, otherwise we'll stay on the legal issue. You guys might want to get that offline, but there are other questions I want to get to. I understand you feel strongly about it. Maybe you can go... Oh, sorry. Well, okay. You got to do it top down. Get to your main point first.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
My main point is that I believe we all will do best if we work collaboratively and in partnership with all of our suppliers, whether they're hardware, software suppliers or not, and solve the problem in advance.
Yeah, one thing I should mention, can I respond to that point?
Sure.
From my own personal, from my own personal point of view, I've testified twice in front of the Senate, in front of Senator Bennett's committee, and I suggested to the Senate that this is the type of situation where there should be no litigation, that the U.S. government should enact legislation which bars punitive damages and prohibits joint and several liability. Punitive damages are where there's egregious conduct and you're deterring future conduct. This was not egregious conduct. It was a reasonable business judgment to use 2 digits, and it's never going to happen again. And so personally, I've testified in front of the Senate that we should all work together, we should all be collaborative, there should be no punitive damages, no joint and several liability, no litigation in effect. That's my personal opinion. What I'm telling you is that as a lawyer talking to a lot of attorneys nationwide, that isn't going to happen. I doubt highly there will be safe harbors enacted. There will be a lot of litigation. And so I agree with you that we're all in this together, there should be no litigation. Unfortunately, there will be a lot of litigation.
One quick comment. There's a risk. You got to have a contingency. All we're saying is there's a lot of risk associated with year 2000. You better count them up, understand what's important to your organization, prioritize them, and then go after them.
Okay, where's our next question?
That was just my whole point before. Aren't we going to hit a critical mass where everybody's just suing everybody and somebody's got to say, forget it, this isn't working because we're going down the tubes? I mean, as systems start to happen and this ball starts rolling, if we're all suing everybody else, it's not going to recover, and we've got to do what you just talked about. And don't you think that will happen?
My sense from talking to a lot of senators and a lot of representatives is there's no appetite for safe harbor legislation. They feel that they need a gimme in return. The only gimme they can think of is disclosure and street-wide testing, and that only applies to regulated industries, not to industries as a whole. So I don't think it's going to pass.
I'd like to say that there may not be safe harbors, but if we're all on a plane and suddenly that plane starts going like this, one of the last people you're going to shoot is the pilot. because he or she is going to get you down. And I think as far as the people who are going to be responsible for helping solve this problem, I hope that we don't shoot them. Right, you're not going to want to do that. So, I mean, what kind of relationship are you going to have with a dead body in the cockpit? You know.
How about after you landed, though, and luggage landed on your head? Some people then will think of suing afterwards.
Peter had a question around the corner over there.
This is a question for anyone on the panel collectively. Compare the total economic cost under two scenarios. The first is the situation as it is now, with the possibility of litigation. The second one is the Shakespearean solution. First thing we do, we kill all the lawyers. Compare the total economic impact of those two scenarios, one with litigation and one without.
I think we should let Jeff answer that.
Yeah, I mean, the estimates on litigation, Ann Kofu of the Giga Information Group testified in front of Congress, House of Representatives, that the Giga estimate was that litigation costs might near or exceed $1 trillion. If they are right, that dwarfs the cost of all civil litigation within the United States, which was about $300 billion a few years ago. And so if you could eliminate all year 2000 litigation, and assuming their estimate is correct, you'd have tremendous savings. So that's why I asked the Senate to enact legislation to eliminate punitive damages and joint several liability.
But that's just the litigation, excuse me, that's just the litigation. What about the economic impact? People are distracted.
Oh, that's different. Look
They're
at the
not doing
computer. Yeah, look at
productive
look at the Computer Sciences Corp study, which was released about a month ago. It was Adrian Sharp, Ed Yourdon worked on it. They estimated the loss of revenues due to companies being nervous about their business partners, you know, and constricting their trading, and it was huge sums. They looked at one bank, it was a Hairstad Bank that failed many years ago, and some principals lost their money because the banking transaction didn't go through. And they hypothesized that many banks, securities houses, will not trade the way they normally trade, so there'll be a lot of lost revenues due to nervousness. If they have an actual failure, like if you had a settlement house clearing 3% of the trades failing, they estimate you might run upwards of $5 billion lost in 1 week. Huge numbers. I mean, absolutely incredible numbers.
Jerry?
Okay, we know that it's going to cost a lot and the lawyers are all going to get rich. There are no public law firms that I know of to invest in, so can't make money that way. But let's talk about the Titanic for a minute. We know that human beings act as herds and have a herd mentality, and we can make this a lot worse by having the panic set in. And what you're saying is that the panic's starting, in a sense, it's putting a crimp on certain kinds of trade and so on. But getting back to the ethical responsibility we have, don't we have a responsibility to go out there and say, yes, there will be problems, you know, we'll muddle through them some way or another, but if you panic, you're going to make it a lot worse, and there's no cause for that panic. Isn't that something that we as professionals ought to be doing over the next year?
Absolutely. The perception is much more dangerous than reality.
Just to get back to this one point about the litigation, I think that's a silly scenario, and I'll explain why. If the litigation level, monetary level, the only way the monetary level of the litigation could get that high is if all those Y2K COBOL programmers who don't exist all of a sudden become legal associates. Okay? So there isn't money for the non-existent $1 trillion Y2K remediators, and there aren't enough lawyers for the Y2K litigation. So this is clearly silly. It's not going to happen that way.
May I suggest class action lawsuits? We have one law firm representing lots and lots of classes of plaintiffs.
Fishbein versus Corral.
Class action lawsuits, low litigation costs, lots of rewards of damages.
Let me give an answer to Jerry's question and then see if anybody else has an answer to it. I think we would all agree that we should not be contributing to panic. That was why I raised the question at the end of my talk about at what point does it constitute the equivalent of crying fire in a crowded theater. I think that people get even more nervous about a vacuum. When I visit the websites of the top 15 auto manufacturers and find a stonewall silence about year 2000, that I'm left in a position where I have to invent my own answers, which is, I think, even more dangerous. So I think there has to be a balanced, responsible, mature presentation of the situation and how we can deal with it, and that's better than either utter silence, which is what we have now, or panic, which I think we all agree we'd like to avoid. Just before we get your question, let me see if there's any other
reaction to that from...
I'm anxious to see
Okay.
his comment.
Okay, we'll get your question.
Yeah, and I want to stay on the same topic, but I want to turn it away from Jeff. With all due respect, I spent the last 2.5 years representing our company as a business, on the business side, in a multi-state class action lawsuit. Yes, last year, Milberg Weiss did come in. He used to talk to my outside counsel 2 or 3 times a day. But I think I want to go back to one of your last slides, Ed. Jeff and his colleagues are going to be giving advice, just as he articulated in his opening comments, to all of our CEOs.
Right.
And from a litigation perspective, that's good advice. Okay? For people, let's turn it back into this room. You put up a code of ethics that talked about what we should be doing as ethical, responsible IT professionals. And I guess the thing that's interesting to me is that quite possibly meeting that code of ethics will not be consistent with the advice that people like Jeff and his colleagues are given to CEOs, and we're going to have to personally take a position on that.
That's right.
Actually, I think it's totally consistent. I'm suggesting that companies be more communicative, that they rely on expert advice from outside, they compare what they're doing with outside metrics, that in essence they manage this a bit better and communicate more. For example, when I sit down with a company, I say, look, you're doing all this testing, but what document retention policy do you have in your place? You should be keeping your test methodology, your test script, your final test reports. You probably shouldn't be keeping the raw test data because you can always put in new test data and redo the test. But you should be keeping enough to show that you really did the test. I would think that you would think that'd be best practices anyway.
Right, which is what, frankly, exactly what we are doing. We have
Yeah. But I think what the lawyers are going to be saying is what you'd want to have said, which is adopt reasonable practices, check with outside consultants, make sure they are reasonable, and document well, and be open to communication from within so that there's not some problem brewing that you don't hear about to the last minute, and be communicative, more communicative with the public and the shareholders. You need to reassure them. I think those are all very ethical positions, and that's what lawyers should be advising CEOs right now. Don't be real uncommunicative. Don't put in the one paragraph boilerplate. Be more communicative. Document better. Don't hide things. Open it up.
The ethical dilemma that I think a lot of project managers are being put in now is being assigned to year 2000 projects with a schedule that they know they absolutely, positively cannot meet. I ran into such a company and a project manager last week in one of the major telecommunication companies with a mission-critical system, and this fellow who had 20 years of experience said, I can guarantee you on a stack of Bibles that this year 2000 project I've been assigned will not finish on time. If they had started 2 years earlier, if they had put in 3 times as many people, I might have had a chance. It would have been a gambling proposition. But now it's absolutely certain that it will not finish. Now the CEO and the lawyers may not have gotten involved in that conversation, but this guy knows. He knows. So that's the question about ethics. What does he do at that point? My answer is walk out. And I think it's a variation on Boris's thing. If you've got a situation like that, you know and I know, everybody knows that it's not going to finish on time to become an accomplice to the failure. If nothing else, is an ethical violation in my book. But that's my personal decision. And a question over here.
More a statement. I'm approaching this from a very selfish standpoint. I'm a systems professional. I know how bad this problem is. I know what kind of a situation our projects are in. And quite frankly, with each day that passes, I'm less and less concerned with the effect on my CIO or my CEO and my company and how much it's going to cost them. And I'm concerned with what happens when my dad has his 3rd heart attack on January 3rd. He can't get into a hospital. The doctors can't get to the hospital. My children can't get food, and I've got no heat in my home. I'm a manager now. I can go back to programming, and I can get a programming job the next day. No matter how bad my project was run, they're going to need me. But what do I do about my children, my sick relatives? How do we protect ourselves from that?
Well, I wrote a book about that, so I won't say anything more about it. But let's hear responses from these guys on that question. We are all human. You know, at the end of the day, you go home, you got a family. I suspect if you came back to your office tomorrow morning and found that the office had burned to the ground, the only thing you care about is that the picture of your family burned down too. But, you know, as for everybody else, the hell with them. I think that's ultimately the way all of us feel. So what do we do on a personal level? Any thoughts about that from everybody?
I was going to say, Reed, I've read your book 2 or 3 times. The other thing that's interesting to me is on this problem, in some sense, we're all privileged. We have an optic on this issue. more than, you know, people walking around on these piers. But at the same time, the reality, I find this is interesting. My mother understands the year 2000 problem very poignantly and is very concerned, you know, about pensions and so forth. And my 9-year-old son understands this problem. So it is fundamentally going to change the way life as we know it and behave. Kind of the rules of engagement are going to be changed. That's why I've read your book 2 or 3 times. I'm looking for the magic bean also. And I don't know. I think my own feeling is that you have to internalize it and then come to your own judgments as far as what are the critical levers within your life that you need to flip into different positions. And it may mean, you know, I think about the fact, do I really want to be living in Boston in the middle of January when the lights go out? You know, I don't know. At some point I'll probably, hopefully I'll get to that decision, my wife and I will get to that decision before the middle of January.
I'd recommend this year, not next year.
Yeah, right.
I think, you know, if you look at your personal life and you look at your business situation, you really have to go through what's important, contingency, you know, risk assessment, contingency planning. I talked to one gentleman who I didn't think knew anything at all about year 2000, and he's planning to move into kind of an area that's, you know, this guy is really extreme, an area where they're kind of a survivalist community. But it's right next door to a ski resort. So if actually the lights don't go out and there is power, he can still go skiing. He has a contingency plan for his contingency plan. But this guy's a little carried away. But I think you really need to take a look at what's important to you. And I used to live in Milwaukee and Detroit and moved down to Texas, and I'm in a warm climate where you can grow some of your own food.
Kurt?
One thing that we've done as a law firm is we feel we have a public obligation to raise awareness on these types of issues. So we've, for example, done free one-day seminars for the states of Massachusetts, New York, Texas, California, Ohio, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Florida, where we would go down at our expense, speak at our expense, to raise awareness on government agency levels as to what are the issues they should be focusing in on terms of dangers with hospitals, dangers with infrastructure risks. If we do an article, instead of putting up a one-page teaser saying if you want to hire us lawyers, come hire us, we put up all 30 pages. We put up everything, just free. It's, anybody wants to reprint it, free. Because we feel this is something where it impacts all of us, all of our families, and so if we have information, we give it for free, we go out and speak for free. We have worked with World Bank affiliates in terms of international aspects of this, all for free. And I think to the extent you have knowledge that you could share and speak for free at local community meetings or city meetings, you ought to go volunteer your time and speak to raise awareness, because you know a lot more than the people who have non-high-tech jobs or non-IT jobs.
And that's why I have been feeling that you might find yourself more effective if you work at the local level. The Red Cross, the PTA, the church groups, the school groups, et cetera, et cetera. Not that prohibits you from writing letters to your senator and congressman, but if there's a problem, you're going to be living in a community, and you'd like to raise as much awareness within that local community as possible. Kurt, you had a question, I think?
Going back to the whole issue about being open and communicative with your partners and customers. One of the issues that's come up in our organization is occasional, although I can see this increasing, requests from our customers to actually come in and audit our actual test plans and test results. And, we're not sure if that's necessarily such a great idea, especially since we'd have to, in order to do that, we also expose a deal of our proprietary methods for doing things as well. So, any ideas about how to handle that kind of situation?
I think I'll comment on that. You gave us a very good argument for test configuration control, okay? A legal argument, which I think is the strongest argument I have heard in a long time, because I never thought of it. I think it's if your tests are not under configuration control, you're going to have chaos, and it's a no-brainer to put them using the same configuration control system you have. So I think that your responsibility should be configuration control, but not necessarily allow an auditor in. Why allow an auditor in until you have a litigation on hand? All right? But you still need the test configuration control. That's where I draw the line, and it's not just, here's the point. I've yet to see an auditor who can properly interpret those tests. because they don't know the issues, they don't know what you're testing for, they don't understand everything that's behind it. All right? So they're going to jump to all the wrong conclusions anyhow. So it's a distraction and a waste of time, as I see it. But the configuration control and record and the paper trail, you betcha.
I think one of the things I'd like to add about what I think about what do we do, the manager, technologist part of me says get to work. One of the things that happens when we get emotional is that we start running based on where our feelings are, and the rationalist part of me says get the numbers and get some facts, get some quantitative information. Maybe that's why I'm a metrics guy. When my son was born, the nurse said to me his APGAR is an 8.9, and I said, she must know I'm a metrics guy. What's that mean, you know? She said, well, it's what the doctor uses. It's a balanced scorecard of the infants. You know, she started educating me about metrics for babies. So I said, okay, maybe I do look like a metrics guy. But anyway, what this does is when we get some facts and get some numbers, it starts to give us information on what we need to do. So what I think from a manager and a technologist standpoint is, all right, let's start dealing with this problem now from a standpoint of managing the next 18, 19 months. First and foremost, your code that you're going to have to change or write new is going to be about anywhere from 3 to 5% of your inventory that you're going to have to change. You might have to write another couple % lines of code new. So it's anywhere from 6 to 10% total. It's the code stupid is good advice. That's got to drive someone to start inventorying their system. What are the date-sensitive systems? What are the small, the mediums, the large? How much are we going to have to alter? What's our efficiency at this class of work? Based on that efficiency, we tend to see it go anywhere about $1 a line of code, right? But it could be as high as $3 a line of code. It could be as low as 50 cents per line of code. It could be. I mean, that's the statistical distribution from what we see in our QSM metrics database. Testing is going to be about 50% of the total design, build, implementation life cycle. So in traditional life cycles, we typically get about 70% of the way through and then get into system testing. Well, with year 2000, it's going to take at least a half and half split. So anticipate that amount of time. So when you hear people saying, oh, we only need a month of testing for this, it's bull. Look at how long it took to get us into that point and then double it. Okay, when you get this kind of information, which I have written in an article for the year 2000 journal. It's a manager's guide to developing credible estimates of cost, schedule, and staffing. We're not estimating schedule anymore. What we're actually doing is working it backwards, and given a fixed schedule, given a fixed amount of resources, what's the maximum amount of functionality we can get done in the next 18, 19 months. And based on this kind of information, it behooves us to get moving, to start to figure out what we can do, get some numbers, what kind of productivity you're seeing on this class of work. We're starting to get some of that in at QSM. We're seeing that some of the year 2000 projects are actually more productive than the industry average, typically maybe about 20% faster. So that's the good news. The bad news is the analysis time is more. So the analysis time may not change, but the actual design, build, implementation, test of the code has shrunken down. So start to use some of this information to do some management planning, and in parallel with maybe some of your contingency planning for your own personal life. But again, the part of me that says do something, and the rationalist part of me says get the numbers, get some of the metrics. If people want a copy of this little guide on how to start scoping out the resources required or the amount of functionality that can be done as the clock ticks by, I can get you an email of this. Just send me a message. Or that would be through our company's website, qsma.com, and then I'll email you an electronic version of this. It might be useful.
We're almost at our own year 2000 deadline, so we have time for one last question, and then I'd like our panel to offer any final words of wisdom. So, last question.
One thing that hasn't come up here is one possibility if you have a failing computer system is that you solve the problem in a different way. Obviously, if an embedded system in a door fails and won't open the door, if you can open the door mechanically or kick it in, you can get through the door. So there might be many other cases where it might make sense to think, could we do this, at least temporarily, in a way not using the failing computer systems?
That's a contingency plan workaround. What can we do to business continuance?
Does the panel see any movement there from I'm thinking about something like, what about the reconciliation of the banks that takes place in New York every night? What if the computer systems fail there? Is there some contingency planning to do that in a different way or to change the structure? And, any other cases you might think of.
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, most of my clients that are working on it start with their disaster recovery plan. They work with a consultant that developed that and have them help them work up a business continuity plan. For an example one, you could look at the GAO business continuity plan. It's available on the internet. But most of my clients have just started creating business continuity plans. They've been so busy just doing remediation that they've been putting this to the end. But definitely a lot of the problems you can find workarounds for, so you muddle through them. It's the ones where there's no workaround, like it's a single source supplier of that spring where it's a 18-month replacement time to find another vendor. That you really have to solve. But you have to know they have that alternative. That's part of the business continuity plans. Ask him, if you can't make it, can you get it from somewhere else?
The Bank of Boston has been quite ahead of the curve in public. You testified with Dave Icino, the Senate, so I keep track of him a little bit. And background information, nothing inside, but the financial systems are, I think, in the Federal Reserve kind of stuff is in better shape than a lot of people believe. I mean, they're in the mentality of trying to figure out workarounds. They're also in the mentality of, the CIA is a sieve compared to folks like the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, if you look at the Gartner Group statistics on the compared chart, the insurance industry and the financial services industry are between a 4 and a 5. I mean, they're about where they should be right now. It's industries like oil and gas, utilities, hospitals. They're behind where they should be right now under the Gartner Group survey.
Okay, why don't we just run down the list here, and any last thought, or if you had 10 seconds with the CEO, what would you say? The sort of
I was
things
just going to segue off to your last comment and use this as my wrap-up, and that is, I think you really touched on something that says we do need the creative solution, and is there another alternative? And that, in my mind, a good example of that was the Core States First Union merger or acquisition, or gobbling up. The Core States First Union Bank merger. That's a creative solution to a problem. That may not have been the ideal solution, but I think that's where you start seeing managers will be able to apply a different solution set than may have emerged out of the IT organization. And so I'm a very big proponent. The more you can get the managers and the business unit leaders and so forth to get their fingerprints on this problem, the more opportunity there is that those solutions will bubble up.
I think the 3 parameters, I'm repeating what I alluded to earlier, 3 parameters to measure. One is the schedule, the time, the other is the people, the resources, and the third is the functionality, what we're actually going to have to work on. The first 2, time and people, have constraints. So now it's a question of dealing with what's the impact on the amount of functionality that we can pull off and start prioritizing immediately. So I think we need to get the numbers on that. Again, being a metrics guy, I said we have to get some of the facts and use that information wisely. The second part of how we use the information is that numbers can be overwhelming, and I'm a proponent of information design and turning numbers into pictures and images. I really admire the work of Professor Edward Tufte from Yale University. He heart-renderingly speaks about how, for example, the Challenger disaster might have been averted if the information that was always there at Morton Thiokol could have been presented in an articulate way to tell the truth about O-rings performance as a function of temperature. And one simple graph would have gotten the image or the information out. So now when we're dealing with something like we're dealing with now with year 2000, it's going to behoove us to really try to get the message out using visuals, because I think that managers who are so stressed with time and pressures and deadlines, their attention span would need a large dose of Ritalin in order for them to pay attention for more than 5 minutes. So we've got to find a way to get the message through, get the information out, and start managing the 3 parameters, time, people, and money, and functionality, and get moving on it.
As I said, one thing I'm seeing now with clients is they're looking more insular. They're taking work in-house. They're not using consultants very much. Many of the consultants have excess capacity. I don't know the reason for this, but I think it's a mistake. I really think that you need to not be insular on this type project. You should be active in figuring out what other companies are doing, what your industry sector is doing. If somebody comes up with a bright idea and doing something faster, easier, you need to know about that. A lot of Year 2000 creative ideas are not published. I mean, they're not widely known. You've got a network. So I recommend participating in users groups, talking to counterparts in other companies, trying to make sure that you're not missing something major. The more insular you are, the more you are at risk of missing something major. And from a litigation point of view, you don't look like a good corporate citizen. You're just worrying about yourself. You didn't realize you were in the same boat with everybody else. It's actually better not to be insular.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have time to get everything fixed, so we're going to have to prioritize what we do. But because we don't have time to get it fixed, we'll try and fix what we have to fix hastily. I think things are going to go bump in the night. Things will start to unravel. If a system blows up and causes an ab-in, well then that's great, because at least you know something went wrong. The issues I see as you get bad data generated by one application, it's going to filter from application to application to application. You want to find it in application A if something fails. You don't want to find it in application Z. If you get bad data from a trading partner and you're a bank, you don't want to find out about that in your regulatory reporting system, which is 6 systems down the way. So I think things are going to fail. I think people need to put in plans in place to isolate key systems, identify bad data coming in or going out, so that you can catch and detect problems very quickly. One of the things Ed alluded to was a paper I'm going to post on the Cutter website is how do you put together an application failure early warning and detection system. I've been associated with 2 projects where something went bump in the night. No one caught it for days. They blew the recovery process, shut down a $600 million business for 3 days, 1,400 people standing idle, waiting for the system to come up because of one problem. We're going to have a lot of problems, so take a hard look at how you do it and what you're doing to insulate yourself from a lot of these problems.
1, let's stop yakking. 2, let's catch our planes and get back to work on solving the problem.
The last thing I'd like to point out is a reminder of the question that Jeff or somebody raised for how many of you is this whole issue number 1 on the CEO's list? And for those of you who did not raise your hand, I think just to a large extent everything we've said is irrelevant. If it's not number 1 on the CEO's list. So my suggestion to you is figure out how you can make it number 1 on the CEO's list, which involves a variation on Mike's point. How did we find out about the O-ring on the Challenger? It was not with Edward Tufte's beautiful graphics. It was with Richard Feynman's dropping the damn O-ring into a beaker of ice water. We've got to find the PowerPoint file for the presentation onto Cutter's website. I don't know whether Jeff is still here. Jeff? Yeah, there he is. You're going to get the job of uploading this tonight or tomorrow, whenever. And one of the reasons we wanted your email address is so that we can email you the password for downloading this. This is not going to be made available to graduate students in Botswana and random others, but it certainly will be available for you, and you're welcome to use it any way you want. Make copies, hand it out to your friends, use it for presentations in your own company or whatever. The only minor excuse I have for not having sent it in earlier is that, like many other parts of our field, this area is changing almost every day. In fact, I actually stuck in an extra page this morning when I logged in and picked up my email. There was a wonderful example of water poisoning in Australia caused by Year 2000 problems. So I thought, for Rob's sake, Rob, are you here? Where's Rob? Well, I'm going to ruin his afternoon if he does show up. So I've got a bunch of stuff to tell you about, and what I'd like to suggest is that unless you've got really urgent, desperate questions, let me try to get through this material and save as many questions as we can for the panel session. Partly because I do want to get through all the material, but also because there are a lot of issues here and things I'll be saying where there are different points of view. And we've got some very, very reputable and knowledgeable and I think opinionated and interesting panelists who are going to be joining us.
And on several of these issues, we'd like to hear the metrics perspective and the legal perspective and some other perspectives from out in the field, people and consultants that are actually trying to deal with some of these year 2000 issues. So here are the things that I wanted to talk about. First of all, why do we need to look at this whole issue of contingency planning? I want to cover a couple of the familiar aspects of year 2000, but perhaps from a slightly different perspective than we normally do. It's not, in my opinion, a coding problem or even an IT problem. If you have to cast this whole area in a software engineering light, it's a requirements management problem, or maybe it's the ultimate business IT alignment problem, given that if we don't solve this problem, there will be no business. So I'm going to cover perhaps a couple of perspectives on this that you may not have seen. I've got a couple things to say about the triage issue that I'm sure many of you have heard about, and then I want to touch on some difficult contingency planning problems, and then some other related issues to wrap this up. First of all, why talk about any of this at all? I've been doing a lot of thinking about this area the last couple of days, partly based on some very interesting conversations, including a long, interesting one last night with Boris Beiser and some of my other colleagues. And this is one of many areas where I think we're going to find some very interesting points of view from some of the panelists later this afternoon. I want to begin by emphasizing that I certainly have no absolute knowledge of how this whole year 2000 area is going to work out in terms of whether it'll be mild or serious or halfway in between. And I think any reputable person in the IT field would have to say the same thing. I mean, we all have opinions and ideas and various levels of confidence about whether we're going to have problems or not, but we don't know anything with mathematical certainty. Technically, we don't even know if the sun's going to come up tomorrow, though there's a reasonable chance, I hope. But in my opinion, the fact that we don't know how things are going to turn out doesn't eliminate the need for doing some planning and decision-making. Just because you don't know how the outcome will work itself out, doesn't necessarily mean that you should ignore it, because if you do ignore it in terms of contingency planning, then implicitly you've acted as if year 2000 is not going to turn out to be very bad. I came up with this analogy last night. In fact, this describes my behavior all the time. You know, I don't know how the weather is going to be later on this afternoon, and I basically don't trust weather forecasts because half the time they're wrong, so I don't wear a raincoat. But that's a decision in itself. I've acted the same way as if I had come to the conclusion that it's going to be a sunny day all afternoon. I mean, in general, abdication is a decision in itself. Or to put it in a different metaphorical context that you'll see a bit later, you can describe this in terms of how people might have dealt with other emergencies or tragedies like the Titanic disaster. I'll come to that in a moment. In the meantime, one of the themes that runs through my approach to this whole area is the one that Leon Kappelman has expressed fairly well. Many of you perhaps have heard his name. He's written one of the many excellent books on year 2000. And his comment on all this is hope for the best, but plan for the worst. And indeed, that's the approach that I'm going to be suggesting. Now, worst doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. And in particular, from a technical perspective, no one is suggesting, I don't think, that 100% of our computers are going to fail, that all of the software is going to fall over and die. In fact, my gut level estimate, which I'll try to support in a few moments with some statistics, is that we'll probably have a 25% failure rate. You know, we'll manage to fix 75% of the computer systems in this country. It'll be far worse outside. We won't be seeing our colleague here from South Africa probably next year or the year after, for example, because we'll lose communications with that continent. But it's not going to be 100% failure, in my opinion. Now, as for why all of this is a big deal and a problem worth even thinking about, there are a few questions that I'd like to go through with you, because I'm sure many of you are still getting into these conversations with perhaps your family at home or some of your colleagues. What's the big deal? It's just a few COBOL programs, let's fix it up. The three fundamental metrics that you have to keep in mind here is how much stuff are we talking about, how many people do we have available to fix this stuff, and how fast can they work. I mean, that's really the three parameters in the equation. If it turned out that we only have 13 lines of code, it's not a big deal, obviously. If we had 100 million programmers ready to attack the problem tomorrow morning, then presumably we could get through it and so on. Well, the honest answer to this first question is we don't know. We don't know exactly how much software there is, and of course that's part of the problem. But we have rough estimates from people like Capers-Jones in the neighborhood of 700 billion, with a B, lines of code, in the 35 most heavily computer-populated countries. Beyond that, we don't really know very much at all. Half of the member nations of the UN do not have a year 2000 program of any kind at all, so we have no idea how much software they have. But they presumably have some, one would assume. But even 700 billion is a reasonably large number. It's complicated a little by this issue. If you can't find the source code, it makes it a little more difficult to fix the problem. We don't have, I don't think, a global figure on this, but this is an area that one of our panelists, Lee Freeman, has been heavily involved in, and there are more companies than you would care to think about that have lost 25% of their source code. A few that have lost considerably more than that, which again complicates the whole issue of fixing things. For the people who characterize this as a COBOL problem, it turns out that only 30% of the code that we have to worry about is in COBOL. The rest is in one or more other languages, of which there are roughly 500, some created by people who are now dead, particularly in the Defense Department, where there was a propensity back in the 50s and 60s for creating interesting languages like Jovial and CMS2 and God knows what else. And again, all the people who developed it are dead. To give you a data point here, there was an article in Crosstalk magazine, a magazine somebody else referenced during the conference, I don't remember who. It's a software engineering journal put out by the Defense Department that described one medium-sized project within the Defense Logistics Agency involving some 40 million lines of code that was written in 77 different programming languages. Again, this tends to complicate matters. For the popular languages like COBOL, there are lots of automated tools, but for a lot of the other languages, there are not. Another way of looking at this is in terms of platforms. We're dealing with on the order of 100,000 mainframes, 300 or 400 million PCs, which introduces a separate problem I'm going to talk about later. And then with the embedded systems, again, no one's quite sure. You'll hear numbers ranging from 25 to 50 billion embedded systems. Last week there was an article in Forbes magazine by a wild, alarmist, crazy madman named Caspar Weinberger, former DOD secretary, indicating that the Defense Department alone has 600,000 embedded systems, presumably some of them on Patriot missiles and things of that sort. In any case, there's a reasonable amount of evidence that we have a lot of stuff to fix. We could spend the rest of the afternoon going into just this topic in much more detail. For example, it's obvious that not all software has anything to do with date. So the next level of detail you would ask is what percentage of the global inventory is date sensitive. And for business systems, it typically is on the order of 80%. For scientific and engineering systems, it's presumably lower. And for embedded systems, the typical number is 5%. And then the next question you would ask below that is how much of the code within a date sensitive system has to be touched, checked, scanned, analyzed, modified, tested, etc. So again, there's a lot that we could go into here. For lack of time, I'm not going to bother. But I am going to suggest that for those of you who have any involvement in this at all, you might want to pursue just this area. How much stuff do we have? How many people do we have available to fix it? We've got a couple million programmers. We have a lot here. We have a lot in other parts of the world who are capable of working at various rates, dependent in many cases on the programming language, because that determines whether they have automated tools. You can work a lot more productively if you're fixing COBOL code because there are a bunch of scanning and remediation tools. It's a lot harder in assembler or various other languages. If you put all this together, there's a very interesting statistic that Capers-Jones provided in his book. I assume some of you have seen his Year 2000 book, which indicated that if we had assigned roughly 85% of the population of programmers to work full-time on the Year 2000 problem starting January 1st of this year, and starting at the remediation stage, that is, if they had already gotten through the inventory and assessment stage, then we would have had some reasonable chance of fixing all of our computer systems. Well, clearly, it's no longer January 1st, and clearly, we don't have 85% of the programmers working on year 2000. In most of the companies that are active in this area, the number is more like 15 or 20%. We have, I think, a few, do we have people here from Germany? Okay. The latest survey in Germany is that only 8% of the companies in Germany have a year 2000 plan of any sort whatsoever. So it's highly likely that in the majority of companies, nobody is doing anything about year 2000, or not in any organized fashion. So you can look at this, I think, from the perspective that if we declared this to be a worldwide emergency, dropped everything else, and did nothing but year 2000, we might have had a chance of finishing everything if we had started a few months ago. But in fact, most of the industry is still muddling along doing all the stuff that it normally does, and only a small percentage, 15, 20, maybe 30% of the IT resources are being applied to this. That's one reason for being a bit gloomy about all of this. That's not what really got me started on this about 3 years ago. That's when I first got involved in the year 2000 issue in 1995. My reasons for pessimism were more traditional software engineering reasons. Virtually everything that we've talked about in this conference over the last couple of days about all the problems we have and all the reasons why projects get screwed up and all the mistakes we make, et cetera, apply that to year 2000, and you get rather unhappy. Why should year 2000 projects be any different than what we've been doing for the last 30 or 40 years? I mean, remember the comment somebody made yesterday. We've been complaining about these problems for the last 25 or 30 years, and now we're doing it on a larger scale. We've talked about SEI off and on, not with a great deal of enthusiasm, but there has been, I think, some consensus that most organizations are at level 1. There is, I assume you know, a level 0. That's the organizations who've not heard of the SEI. And there's a level -1. That's the organizations that are morally opposed to the SEI and everything it stands for. And I think there's a level -2 and level -3, but I forgot what they are. But in any case, the majority of organizations are at SEI level 1, which means, almost by definition, that they have no process that would lead you to believe that they can predict their schedules and budgets. Now, the practical aspect of this, and I mean this very, very seriously, is the following. This happens to me all the time. I go into an organization and some high-level IT manager, it's usually a CIO or vice president, says, we're in control, we're on top of this problem, we're highly confident that we're going to finish this project on time. And there's a very simple question you can ask in response. What percentage of all of your projects in the last 5 years have been finished on time? I mean, that's a reasonable question. Well, they get very insulted. They say, well, it's different this time. And I'll say, why? Why is it different this time? Well, because it's important. Which implies that whatever we've been doing for the last 40 years wasn't important, which may be true, but we were certainly fooled into thinking that it was important. Most of us worked on projects as if they were important, and we didn't do very well, and we screwed up a lot of them because we had no process, and as a result, our schedules and budgets were basically unpredictable, and I would suggest that we're doing it all over again. Remember George Hathaway's comment this morning that the overwhelming reason for failure in software projects is management problems, and that's going to be true of year 2000 projects. The issue is management issues, particularly because these are, for the most part, the largest and most complex projects undertaken by most organizations. Remember also the slide he showed you this morning that says that as the size and complexity of the projects increase, the delivery time extends out to infinity. There is this minor issue of bugs also. I'll come back to that in just a moment. So here's my Titanic metaphor. By all means, do not let your year 2000 project team go see Titanic. It's devastating. I'm serious, they come out in tears. I mean, it destroys them. Because obviously they make the comparison. Now, if you were on the Titanic as a passenger, in April of 1912, and all of a sudden, boom, you run into an iceberg, obviously you'd like to encourage the crew to work as hard as possible, because if you had been on the ship, you didn't know that it was doomed at that point. You hadn't seen the movie. So you don't want the crew to abandon ship. You want them to run around and patch the hole or do whatever they're supposed to do. And similarly, in the year 2000 thing, I mean, obviously we don't want our programmers to head for the hills and run away now. We want them to fix as much as they can, because maybe we can keep at least a few of the ships from sinking. But at some point, if you had been on the Titanic, you'd rather that they stop trying to patch the hole because it's too late, and you'd rather have them spend their time and energy unhooking the lifeboats to save at least a few people. If you were the captain of the Titanic, one of your fiduciary duties is to assess the chances that the boat is going to sink. You've got the job of sending the message or telling the radio operator to send the message. What message do you send? Minor mishap, don't worry, things will be okay tomorrow. Or serious mishap, we're all rowing with our oars and, where's the nearest landfall? Or we're going down in 10 minutes, you better send lots of lifeboats. I mean, you've got to send some message, and the captains of our companies have got to send a message to their shareholders. Are we going to sink or not? And, of course, one of the difficulties there is that we don't have perfect information. In fact, this is the fuzziest of all fuzzy problems, and Boris made that point to me this morning. It's the most overwhelmingly uncertain environment we've ever been in. Meanwhile, most of us in this Titanic metaphor have no control over any of this. We're just the passengers. And again, if you saw the movie, you remember that it was not a particularly pleasant outcome if you were down in the second class or third class area of the ship. You were doomed at that point. If you were up in first class, you could kind of fight with the others to see if you ended up getting on the lifeboat. But in any case, you had little or no control over what the crew was doing or what the captain was doing or whether they were doing the right thing or the wrong thing. In our professional careers, all of us, I think, are members of the crew. We mean well, we work hard, we obviously want to save the ship, we're loyal to this steamship line and so forth, but the question is, should we be trying to patch the rupture in the hull, or should we be unhooking the lifeboats, or should we just be jumping overboard, or what? These are, I think, rather interesting questions that we all have to think about. Wow, that really came out well, didn't it? As you can easily see from this, this is very interesting. This is courtesy of Bill Gates. Here's how it goes. The Macintosh, I'm running on this on a Macintosh, which is for a brief moment in time ahead of Windows. I don't know if you know this, but Office 98 has come out on the Mac. So I created these slides in PowerPoint 98, and I know that when I give this to my Cutter colleague, Jeff Welch, I have to get it into ugly Windows format. So I saved it on a floppy disk in PowerPoint 4.0 so that he can now move it up to PowerPoint 95. And then I decided to read it back in on my machine, and, well, in any case, let's see. This will actually look tolerable when you get the downloaded version. This is data from Capers-Jones indicating the percentage of projects that are finished early or on time or late or never. And the issue here is only time, not budget, because from my perspective, I don't care about the budget part of it, though clearly it is a factor. Down at the bottom here, again, it's unreadable, and I apologize for that. The average situation, and this is from the database that Capers has. Michael Ma, who will be joining us on the panel, may have some slightly different numbers from his organization's database. Howard Rubin has got a slightly different set of numbers, but in any case, the general phenomenon is that 5% of the projects are finished ahead of time, to everyone's enormous surprise. 57% roughly are finished on time. Just under 14% are finished late, and just under 24% are canceled before delivery because the user gives up or runs out of time or whatever. The behavior is somewhat different, as you might expect, depending on the size of the project, and that's what all the other numbers are up above that. Measured in function points, what else would you expect from Capers? His point being that if you had the luxury of working on a trivial project, one function point, a larger percentage of them are delivered ahead of time, and so on. As you get larger projects, as you might imagine, the chances of finishing early are, well, zero in the case of 100,000 function points. That's roughly 10 million lines of code. And the chances of outright failure are much greater. If we were to deliver our year 2000 projects a little bit late, that might be tolerable. January 1st is a Saturday after all, and we think that Monday will be a holiday, so we've got a couple days. We can work the whole thing out. Well, again, this table ended up getting scrunched courtesy of Bill Gates. But the bottom line statement here is that on average, when a project is late, it's late by about 7.5 months. Not days, but months. The larger projects If you're working on something that's 100,000 function points and it's late, it's typically late by 25 months, 2 years. 10,000 function points, which is roughly 1 million lines of code, if it's late by roughly a year. Now again, this is an area that we could debate all afternoon. You could ask the obvious question of whether these generic numbers really apply to a year 2000 maintenance project. Maybe they don't. On the other hand, if you argue that the characteristics of these projects are mostly management issues of whether the project got started in time. Barry Boehm has a wonderful study indicating that the single most important reason for failure in a project is procrastination. If a project starts late, it finishes late. If you have a project that should have started in 1994 or 95, because after all, year 2000 is not a mystery, not a secret, and if you instead procrastinate, delay, form a few committees, think about it for another few years, and don't start your year 2000 project until 1998, I would suggest there's more of a chance of arriving late, finishing late. So from my perspective, as a software engineering consultant and having seen projects of all kinds get into primarily management problems, I believe that figures like this are representative of the year 2000 situation. But this is one of many areas where honest men and women can disagree. If you really believe that year 2000 is a completely different phenomenon, then maybe you don't believe that it will be subject to the same difficulties and problems and so forth. I think it does. Here's one. I hope this is the last table I have to show you since, again, the formatting got scrunched. But this is the standard table having to do with bugs. Again, Mike, you may have some different numbers to throw at us during the panel session. But the question is, how many defects should we expect when we deliver a system to a customer? The numbers that Capers published in an American Programmer article a few years ago indicated an average of roughly 5 defects per function point. And he had some very interesting numbers indicating where the defects are injected into the process and what efficiency we normally have when it comes to removing those defects. So we have lots of coding defects, but we're pretty efficient at removing them. We're not so good at identifying and fixing requirements defects and so on. If you want to take the narrow perspective that year 2000 is nothing more than a maintenance and bug fixing problem, you might want to concentrate only. See if I can make this work. This should be interesting. No, I don't want that. I don't want any of this stuff. Pen. I guess I want pen. Boy. We might just want to concentrate our attention on this. The only problems we have to worry about in year 2000 projects is that in our attempt to fix a year 2000 bug, we introduce a new bug. According to Capers, that occurs at the rate of 0.1 defect per function point, 1 bug per 1,000 lines of code. Apply that number to the global inventory of 700 billion lines of code and you get a big number. Even if you only focus it on the percentage of code that actually gets modified in a year 2000 maintenance project, it's still a reasonably good number. And as I'll try to suggest later on, I think that the more serious problems we're going to face are requirements problems, not bug fixing problems. Now, those are the traditional reasons. Again, that's why I got into year 2000 3 years ago. I looked at it and said, oh my God, this is going to be the mother of all software engineering projects, and we're really going to screw it up because we have a tradition of screwing up software engineering projects. More recently, there has been accumulating evidence that, by God, we are screwing it up. Right now, even as we speak, there are people out there screwing up year 2000 projects. And I just wanted to show you a few things, and this is something that's worth watching, I think, on your own. I mean, the stuff is out there. There's a whole Yahoo website page, Peter D. Yeager's website page, and so on. Do your homework and get a sense for yourself of whether things are going well or poorly. Howard Rubin published a survey all over the place, as it turns out. Howard has a Cutter newsletter, IT Metric Strategies. You may have seen some of these numbers in Info Week, last week. A survey based on results through March 31st, in which he found that roughly 85% of the companies responding to the survey said that they had underestimated their year 2000 costs. I'll come back to Texas in just a moment. More interestingly, 78% said that their rate of missing milestones in year 2000 projects was increasing. That's a little scary. They're finding, as we start getting into the real work of the year 2000 projects, after we get through the early stuff of inventory and assessments, now we're actually fixing code and trying to test it. And companies are reporting that they're getting behinder and behinder. The reference to Texas is just one little example. A friend of mine in Texas sent me an email about 6 months ago indicating that IBM had been asked by the state of Texas to come in and do an assessment of how much it would cost to fix all the computer systems within the state agencies. And IBM's estimate was $200 million. Unfortunately, they didn't say anything about the embedded systems. So at the best, you would normally expect that to be another $200 million, and probably much worse than that because the embedded systems do turn out to be more expensive. But a more rational estimate would have been $400 million if IBM had covered all the bases. Meanwhile, the state of Texas allocated $100 million, and the state legislature only meets every 2 years. And there's another interesting phenomenon. My daughter, with whom I co-authored our book, was invited down to Austin in January to give a talk on the global economic impact of year 2000 to the State Appropriations Committee. And in the course of that visit, she found that Texas, along with a few other states, has a constitutionally mandated balanced budget that cannot go into debt. They'll be put in jail. So if in the midst of their year 2000 activities they suddenly discover that in fact it is a $200 million or $400 million project, all they can do at that point is stop and go back to the legislature and try to convince the legislature to do whatever they can do to raise more revenues because they cannot incur deficit spending. They're not allowed to, and they take it very seriously. In any case, that's one little data point. This is an interesting one. You've all been hearing about the IRS. Have you noticed these 2 points? That the budget estimate for IRS year 2000 has increased by a factor of 5 in the last 12 months. Now, as a software engineering management person, that says something to me. You know, if you were the CIO of your company and some guy came into you and said, I got a project starting up, I think it's going to cost $200 million. And you might say, well, okay, fine, go ahead and do it. He comes back 2 months later and says, you know what, I think it's going to be $400 million. You'd be a little pissed, I think, but all right, here's some more. He comes back 3 months later and says, I've thought further about this, and now I think it's going to be $600 million. This is exactly what the IRS has said to Congress over the last 12 months. Go check it out. It's there in the newspapers. Toward the end of last year, they said, well, now our estimate is $800 million. And 2 weeks ago, the new IRS commissioner, Jerry Groshow's former boss, has raised the estimate to $1 billion with a B. Now, the thing that I think you ought to consider is whether this means that they underestimated the scope and resources and all the management characteristics of the project back when they started, and whether there's any chance whatsoever that they've managed to rescope, replan, re-resource, that is, re-estimate the number of people they need and so forth, when they're dealing with a problem that has grown 5 times bigger than they thought it was in the beginning. Also, a little tidbit, the IRS acknowledged publicly about 3 weeks ago that, oh, by the way, we also have 130,000 PCs, which we haven't repaired yet because the technology for fixing it hasn't shown up. That's going to involve an issue that I'll come back to in a moment, but some of you might already be a bit nervous, or joyous, as the case may be, given that it's the IRS. The IRS, of course, is just part of the U.S. government, and I'm going to come back to this statistic several times. Looks like we'll manage to fix 2/3 of the mission-critical systems in the federal government. Here's another little tidbit. Did you all see this in the paper about 2 weeks ago in the 10K filing that General Motors did? 2 to 3 billion lines of code. Hey, a couple billion here, a couple billion there. Who was it? Everett Dirksen, who said, you know, a billion here, a billion there, and sooner or later it adds up to real money. In any case, a couple billion lines of code, and the number that they published was a year 2000 budget of $360 to $500 million, of which they spent $45 million last year. Now, see, some of you ought to be just jumping out of your chairs and running out the door and selling your General Motors stock. If you know anything about year 2000, this spells trouble, right? Everybody knows that year 2000 projects spend between $1 and $1.50 per line of code, except in the case of embedded systems, which I imagine GM has, where it's more likely to be $8 per line of code. It's not 25 cents per line of code, unless GM has some incredible secrets. Maybe they do. God help us, I hope they do. I don't want GM to go down. So I'm saying when you see numbers like this, you think, what's going on? What basis do I have for optimism here? If GM does in fact have 2 to 3 billion lines of code, and that's again a published figure, then one would have thought that their budget would be $2 to $3 billion. Now maybe it is. Maybe they just decided not to report it. Aha! We have a secret message here. Peter has just given me something from the 12 o'clock newscast that the Federal Reserve is now estimating at least a $50 billion cost to the country for Y2K remediation. That's only off by a factor of 10. That's not too bad. Okay, this is for our friends in Germany. I don't know if you've seen this survey. Only 8% of the German companies have begun doing anything. This is an interesting one, which has to do with opinions, not facts, and I think it's important to emphasize that. All these other things that I've been showing you are factual, but then require your analysis and interpretation. What does this mean? I have no proof as to what it all means, but I would suggest that a reasonable interpretation, given what you normally know about software engineering, would say this could be trouble. This one is entirely opinion, but I present it just for whatever it's worth. The Washington, D.C. Year 2000 group, which is a very active group, conducted a survey where 229 IT professionals working in the year 2000 area were asked to estimate the impact of year 2000 on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is no noticeable impact at all, and 10 is the end of the world as we know it. And the results have just been published. In fact, it's available on the web, and you see the results there. Roughly 2/3 believe that there's going to be at least an economic slowdown. Half believe there will be a mild recession. Over a third think there will be a strong recession, and a tenth believe that there will be economic depression, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Take that for whatever it's worth. At least these are people that are working on year 2000 projects. I suspect that none of them are economists, so that you may discount every bit of this. I look at this and say, well, it's like 229 weathermen trying to tell me whether it's going to rain outside, and I'll at least listen to this and take this into account. So again, I've got various reasons to be pessimistic, and I'll show you more as we go through this. But I want to present a couple of these things to you from kind of a requirements perspective. The basic year 2000 requirement is this, and this is what your CEO fundamentally tells you. He waves his hand and says, make all my systems be year 2000 compliant. You damn well better do it by December 31st, 1999. And so you go off and start working on that. Then you get a phone call from the CEO who says, I forgot, our fiscal year begins July 1st, so you really ought to get this done by June 30th, 1999. Unless, of course, you're the state of New York, in which case it's April 1st, 1999. I assume you're aware of these interesting dates, that Japan, Canada, and the state of New York operate on an April 1st fiscal year. 46 more states operate on a July 1st fiscal year. Texas is on a September 1st fiscal year. And Alabama and Michigan, I think it is, and a small organization known as the federal government have a fiscal year beginning October 1st. So those will be some of the interesting opportunities to see what happens when financial systems hit calendar dates in the year 2000. And whatever happens will be much more publicly visible than some problem that General Motors experiences inside of one of its plants. If GM loses $100 million, who cares? The public doesn't care. But if the state of New York doesn't issue retirement checks for its retired civil service workers, I suspect they'll be marching on the streets of Albany, and the TV cameras will be right there behind them. Meanwhile, your CEO says, oh, and by the way, don't buy any non-compliant products from now on. Now, this raises an interesting question. Where do you think the non-compliant products are going? Third world. They're going to Botswana, and then coming right back in some cases, but I won't get into that. And this is the punishment angle of the requirements. You guys screwed up, and so we're not going to give you any extra money. Just figure out how to do this within your own existing IT budget. I don't know how many of you have had that. And maybe you better not do anything else until you finish the year 2000 stuff. That's the moratorium. So these are, kind of basic requirement stuff, which immediately raises some minor problems. Like, what do you mean by year 2000 compliant? Obviously we have to support 4-digit years, but are they required? Your users might have some opinions about that. If we're going to use a window approach, what's the pivot year? What about dates coming in from other systems? How do we even format the damn dates? obviously any Year 2000 project team that's still alive and functioning has gotten through this stuff, but then they start stumbling into other minor problems that again are requirements problems, like this little one. What do we do, boss, if we run into some bugs? In the midst of fixing the Year 2000 problem, we found a bug that's been in the system for the last 13 years. Take it out? No, Boris says don't take it out. And I think most of you would agree with that. For all the obvious reasons, and then maybe one or two non-obvious reasons. Maybe the reason you didn't see this bug for the last 13 years is that it had a Siamese twin, an offsetting, compensating bug. You fix the one that you found, and then another one, the other half of the Siamese twin pops up and says, yoo-hoo, here I am. Now, again, somebody better establish this as a matter of policy. This is not a decision you want your programmers to make on their own. This is something that ought to be stated as part of the requirements, along with the corresponding issue when it comes to databases. What should you do if you find that half of your database has been corrupted over the last 13 years and you never knew that either? You better think about that from a requirements perspective. And as you can see, I put in a reference here to Ken's paper. Ken's also on our panel this afternoon. I don't know how many extra copies you brought with you, Ken, but I'm sure they can talk to you. This whole issue of data corruption is going to be, I think, a really unpleasant one for Year 2000 project teams. And then the problem goes on further. If we can't fix all of the systems, which ones are we required to fix? Again, that's a requirements issue, and it's not an issue for the programmers to decide on their own. And as Peter DeJager warned us last year when he gave a presentation at this conference, it turns out that in most companies, management will postpone making any triage decision until they're absolutely convinced that they can't fix everything else. The example, as I told you a few minutes ago, it appears that the federal government will manage to get about 2/3 of their mission-critical systems fixed. What about the rest of them? The other 66,000 non-critical systems. This is reasonably factual data, or at least we've seen this in more than 2 newspapers, so it's a consistent lie if it's not accurate. Norm? Yeah, you see, Paul Strassman once made the point that the easiest way to appear to have productivity increases is to shift costs elsewhere. The easiest way to appear to be making progress with your mission-critical systems is to reclassify what a mission-critical system is in the first place and to declare some as being non-critical. In any case, yeah, in fact, the previous report from the OMB had a larger number of mission-critical systems. Now the number has magically gone down. But the point that I want to focus on is what are we supposed to do with the other 66,000 systems? Well, here's a suggestion. Turn them off now. Pull the plug. Watch to see the reaction you get from senior management on that one. Oh, no. They're still valuable. They may not be critical, but they're valuable. Oh. You mean you really hoping that we'll get around to fixing it? Well, yeah. I mean, maybe you'll get these mission-critical things done, and then in the last 3 days you can get all the other 66,000 done. Now, if it turns out that you don't get to them, you'd better have a policy. I mean, you're just going to surprise the users. You know, they're sitting there typing away. All of a sudden, it blows up. Are you going to bother telling the users and suppliers and vendors that are associated with those non-critical systems? There are some interesting requirements associated with that, which for the most part have not really been dealt with in most organizations. I want to use this, to start laying in a picture of the situation I think most of us are dealing with, because it helps us think about the contingency planning aspect of it all. I mean, this is the simplistic view of the Year 2000 problem. It's another form of El Nino, and we're concerned it's going to have some impact inside our company. And of course, the very first thing that we looked at was the mainframe impact, and you know all about that. Hopefully we're fixing most of that, if not all of it. But then, somewhat more recently, we began to realize that it might have some impact on our PCs and our LANs and our networks, and therefore, as a result of that, it's going to have an impact on these folks. These are the folks that have been operating with their brains in the off position for the last 10 or 15 years because we told them to. These are the clerks and the admin people, the data entry people, the bank tellers, that whole echelon of people who've been told, don't think. Don't you ever think about thinking, because the computer will tell you what to do, when to do it, and we'll give you all the answers. Now, if the answers turn out to be wrong, or if the system misbehaves, what are they supposed to do? What does the IRS do with 130,000 PCs that are being used by 100,000 employees? I don't know whether part of their plan includes some training and... Jerry points out to us that they're only being used by the auditors so that we don't care. Well, I agree. Most of us would cheer if the IRS went down. Although, with all this stuff, I ask you, consider what happens next. Does the U.S. government actually plan to continue operating without a tax collection mechanism? And the answer is probably not. In any case, let's take something less onerous than the IRS. Made a little reference here to M&S. To remind me to tell you the Marks and Spencer story. This, as some of you may know, is the upscale department store in London, which first experienced its year 2000 problem last year, January of '97, when they received a shipment of 6 cases of corned beef hash on the loading dock, which was processed by the clerk, the inventory clerk, who waved a barcode reader across the side of the cardboard box over the normal barcode label, which, among other things, had the expiration date for the corned beef hash. Corned beef hash apparently lasts 5 years. So you know what's about to come here, right? It was a 2-digit year, so it had 02, and this was recorded and interpreted by the inventory control system as 1902, which naturally led the inventory control program to assume that the corned beef hash was really out of date. So the inventory control system displayed a rejection message. Get this stuff out of here. And the clerk said, fine by me. I don't like corned beef hash anyway. So he put the corned beef hash back in another order. And 6 more cases showed up a week later, which were promptly rejected and went back to the corned beef hash company. Went back and forth 4 times before they ran out of stock upstairs in the store. At which point a manager came down to the purchasing department and said, what's wrong with you idiots? You can't even keep the shelves supplied. And there was a lot of yelling and finger pointing, and the purchasing clerk said, look at our system here. We tried ordering this stuff 4 times, and those bastards kept sending us 97-year-old corned beef hash. It's not our fault. Well, it had to escalate up to the vice president level before they found somebody with the brain in the on position, and a few phone calls were made, and they gradually sorted it out. But that's a very interesting thing to think about, the amount of confusion, finger pointing, and just general incompetence because the computer tells us what to do. Have you noticed you go into a restaurant and the point of sale terminal is down, otherwise known as a cash register? The clerks can't even figure out your restaurant bill. And this is not an insult aimed at clerks. I have a degree in mathematics, and I'm not sure I can do arithmetic anymore because I've got a calculator on my computer. I mean, I don't do long division in my head the way I did when I was less senile. So, you know, my concern here is that one of the less fatal but nevertheless incredibly negative aspects of this whole thing is that it's going to introduce a whole bunch of minor and annoying problems for which the clerical and admin staff won't have the experience or the attitude to find workarounds and shortcuts and so forth. There's some evidence of this that some of you may be seeing now. Those few of you who have got credit cards with a 00, you know, and you're all intrigued, what's going to happen? Try it out. You know, most of the time it works, right? But every once in a while you find a restaurant or a store where it doesn't work. It gets rejected. Now, have you noticed that when that happens, there's usually only one clerk who knows what to do at that point? They all, where's Mary? She knows how to handle this. And they all huddle around Mary. Mary has figured out how to do the manual override. The rest of them are clueless at that point. And this is a trivial problem. This is a trivial year 2000 problem. So I'm worried about this, and obviously I'm worried about the embedded systems. You've heard a lot about that, I think. But I think that the most serious form of contingency planning that all of our companies have got to really start doing looks outside the organizations. Yes, get your mainframe systems fixed. Yes, get your PCs and embedded systems fixed. And yes, maybe 90% of us will get all that stuff fixed. I mean, I think it's optimistic, but maybe we will. But the fun begins outside, starting with something that I've referred to here as the iron triangle. Utilities, telecom, and banks. We'll start with utilities. Take a look at that number. Now again, if you're a software engineering person who has seen these kinds of metrics about the percentage of projects that are late, you should be a little nervous now. There are 9,000 electric utility companies in the United States, of which 0 are year 2000 compliant. As of a couple of months ago, a third of them had not even begun their year 2000 projects. That includes 108 nuclear reactors, which account for 20% of the nation's power. The people focusing in this area, by the way, turn out to be far less worried about the U.S. nuclear reactors than the ones in Russia. our friends from Germany here. You are between Russia and France, each of which have between 30 and 50 Chernobyl-style nuclear reactors. So good luck to you. The concern that we have here is not the payroll systems and the billing systems, but rather the embedded systems. At least 4 or 5 or 6 of them in the United States have experienced failures in year 2000 rollover tests. This has been showing up on several of the internet news groups. And it is leading to a very interesting strategy, the fix-on-failure approach. And it has to do primarily with economics. To fix a typical utility plant costs 2 years. You may have noticed we don't have 2 years. And $20 to $40 million, which a lot of the utility plants don't have. So what do? Well, you start thinking about it and you think, geez, we got 5 or 6 or 7,000 embedded systems all over the plant. The failure rate is pretty low, only 2 or 3 per thousand. But to find those 2 or 3, you've got to test them all, which is not at all easy to do. So why not just wait and see what happens on January 1st? Yes?
Are they forced to reveal that to their shareholders?
Apparently not. The SEC is now putting some pressure on the major utility companies to disclose their year 2000 expenditures and their year 2000 risks. But this one, as I described it here, these are unconfirmed but nevertheless reliable, off-the-record conversations that some of my year 2000 colleagues have had with senior managers at utility companies. They're saying, the easiest, the most practical, and least expensive thing to do is we'll just wait and see what happens. And if some little embedded system fails, we'll run out and replace it real fast. Maybe nobody will notice. Or maybe it'll only be a 5-minute power failure. Or maybe, there's going to be enough spare capacity that, the rest of the grid will take over and there'll just be, a bit of a surge in voltage. Unfortunately, it's not necessarily going to be that easy. There have been 1 or 2 situations, and I'd best not indicate which city this involves because some of you might be very unhappy, but one of the East Coast power plants tried a rollover test 3 times in a row. The first 2 times the plant went down. This is a backup plant. Went down, and the embedded system was fixed, and they got it back up again in a matter of a few minutes. The 3rd time, it went down for 13 days. And had it been running in production, it would have brought down a good part of the Northeast power grid. This was a sobering experience, which in the case of this particular utility company may have led to a decision that they damn well better fix everything. But some of them are taking a fix-on-failure approach. Some of them are beginning to worry about their supply chain issues, which is something I'll be talking about a little bit later on. If you're interested in this area, you should definitely be following 2 websites. Rick Cowles and Raleigh Martin are spending full time on this. And if you're concerned about utilities, you might also want to look at water and gas and sewage. Now, Rob is here. Rob, I'm going to ruin your day, buddy. I got this. You probably were not in Sydney on Sunday. This is from the Sydney Australian Sun Herald. This is from a rollover test. Where the hell is Coffs Harbour?
Coffs Harbour is about 100 kilometres north of Sydney.
Okay. Well, here you go. Enough toxic chemicals would have been released into Coffs Harbour water supply to kill its entire population under a test on the likely impact of the millennium bug. Again, these rollover tests. When the microprocessors were tuned into 2,000 dates in the simulation, the entire chemical holdings normally used in carefully regulated amounts to purify water were dumped into the water in one hit. This would have had the potential to kill the entire population.
Thanks a lot, Ed.
Yeah, well, now that they've discovered it, one might hope that they will have fixed it. So, in fact, this may be a very safe place to go. It's all the other parts of the world where nobody's even bothering to look at this because nobody bothered to wake up the water supply engineers to tell them about all this. So, you really ought to think about this from a contingency planning perspective, and you really ought to be looking at recent examples, not so much of water problems of this kind, but electric problems. You should have been up in eastern Canada in January to see what that experience was like for a month.
Ed, can I just quickly jump in on that? In Australia, and this is happening in the US, all these water supply companies we work with have all been privatised, and they've been just driven by shareholders to cut costs, so all the maintenance has been cut back as well. One of the things, just quickly, Auckland, which is the major city in New Zealand, was without power for 6 weeks because of this stuff.
Yep. The equivalent situation in the United States, by the way, is deregulation of the electric companies. Said that a lot of them are busily selling off power plants, which does obviously lead one to ask whether they're going to be all that interested in investing $20 million to fix them up. Telecommunications. Now I get a chance to ruin Bob's afternoon. See, I'm an ecumenical guy here, but you got to stay away till I get to the bottom of the page. The first, and I think probably most interesting question is whether we're going to get dial tone, and then we can worry about whether we get the proper bills. This is an area where, among other things, we're dealing with massive code inventories. The major telephone companies are dealing with inventories of 300 to 500 million lines of code that they have to review. I've got interesting communications going on now in a couple of these companies that have been telling me that they are really in deep trouble, and it's all political. It's all, the usual stuff that a consultant sees on any project. Where you walk in the door and you can smell death in the air. Ooh. So of the 5 or 6 that I mentioned, project, where you walk in the door and you can smell death in the air. Ooh. So of the 5 or 6 that I mentioned up here, at least one of them I would say is not going to make it from the information that I've gotten so far, but who knows. Then you've got the smaller deregulated companies. Steve Harwish over there, wherever you are, back there. Those of you who live in small towns where the phone service is provided by, as you put it, the mom and pop phone company, it's not clear whether they've even heard of year 2000. Some of you may have problems with your cell phones because of the GPS rollover. Again, where is our colleague from South Africa? Yep. Goodbye. And then there's a problem of PBX switchboards. Approximately 90% of the ones sold before 1996 are non-compliant. And now for Bob's benefit, there are at least 4 aspects of risk with regard to the Internet, and this doesn't require rocket science. Most of us only manage to access the Internet through the phone company. If you don't get dial tone, you don't get the Internet. Of course, if you work in a big company, you've got a dedicated T1 line, that's great. But if you have modem dial-up, it's still the phone company, as Bob says. Yes, it is the phone company.
We're here to help you.
But that's the first area of risk. Then you've got this vast infrastructure of routers and switchers and gateways and hubs and so on, which in some cases have compliance problems at the firmware level. In some cases, we're talking about things running on general-purpose machines with old, non-compliant operating systems, Solaris 2.6 or whatever. And we've got web servers, running on Windows 3.1 or whatever. Steve, you're just twitching? Oh, I'm sorry. GPS, the Global Positioning Satellite System the Navy put up in 1980, has a very interesting problem. It keeps very precise track of seconds, minutes, hours, days, and weeks, and the counter that it uses for weeks, which is the number of weeks since it was launched, is a 12-bit counter. It rolls over to 0 after 1,024 weeks, which just happens to be the weekend of August 22nd, 1999. Now, there are roughly 10 million civilian devices, cars, boats, and various and sundry other things, as well as, to some extent, the telephone network. How does the phone company know where your cell phone is? In many cases, it does so by taking advantage of this. Now, if the receiver, if the device that's interrogating the GPS system knows about the rollover, then everything's fine. We hope our military systems know about it, but as for the rest of the vendors, these little navigation devices on your boat or your late model car, not clear what's going to happen. So that's what that was all about. Okay, back to the Internet. So we have some concern about whether we can even access the Internet through the phone lines. We've got a lot of concern about, again, all this infrastructure stuff, including the web servers. Then I would remind you that just because Java and JavaScript are new does not mean that they are impervious to year 2000 bugs. And then remember, particularly as we saw this morning, what's going on in most cases in big companies with things like e-commerce is that you're putting all this internet web front end in front of a legacy environment. So you can have a perfectly functioning internet front end, and if your legacy environment has fallen over, then Fidelity won't be doing any trades. It is interesting to think that the internet was specifically designed to withstand nuclear attack, And just in terms of a communications medium, it could certainly tolerate a lot more local failures than perhaps some of our other systems. But if one of the major trunk lines across the country goes down, I'm not sure how effective it will be for all of us to be competing for even less bandwidth than we've got now. So we've got some telecommunication problems. Then there's the banking situation, which is based on the fractional reserve system that could collapse simply because of lack of public confidence, which may be one reason why the banking industry has had the highest degree of urgency of all the ones that I've seen. Nevertheless, it is rather interesting to see, the rather somber statements from people like Alan Greenspan and so on. I mean, I get rather amused when I hear people accusing me of inciting bank riots and so on. I think, geez, I'm just a computer guy. If you are going to get scared about year 2000 banking risks, take a look at what Alan Greenspan or the chairman of the SEC or the president of the New York Federal Reserve Bank has to say about this. And look at Business Week, for goodness sakes. And the March 2nd issue of Business Week, one would have thought would have been enough to cause a bank run. But everybody looked at it and said, oh, well, and then went back to reading their Dilbert cartoons. So there are lots of, very serious expressions of concern about this, and the reason that I'm concerned, again, is the software engineering perspective. If you've got 11,000 software projects underway, what percentage of them are likely to come in late by 7.5 months? Seems to me that's something you might want to think about. And while the conventional wisdom is that the most vulnerable ones here will be the small banks, take a look at some of the numbers for the big banks. When's the last 1,000-person project that you saw finish on time? That's the Bank of America number. 1,000 programmers working on 250 million lines of code, and as of January this year, they were a third of the way done. I hope they finish. I've got a bank account with Bank of America. I really hope they finish. Citibank has a slightly different set of numbers. 400 million lines of code, $600 million budget spread across 3 years, 200 million in 97, 98, and 99. This is one area where I think we have grave reasons for concern with regard to European banks. Several of our European colleagues here, as you well know, are very heavily involved in the Euro currency project, which in some respects is even more difficult and complex than year 2000. But it does have one very fundamental characteristic. It's optional. The politicians may not agree with that, but some politician could stand up tomorrow morning and say, enough. No, we're not going to do it. Whereas you can't make year 2000 go away. It's coming whether you like it or not. But the European banks are busily trying to get ready for Euro currency, and as a result, diverting a lot of their resources from a problem that would be difficult enough. Latin America is sound asleep, and Asia, as you know, has got its own immediate problems.
Ed?
Yes?
One other thing. It's
Michael,
not just
yes.
Michael Ma with QSM
Yes.
Associates. It's not just European banks, it's American banks too, because of the international aspects of the banking industry today. A lot of our clients that are involved in the IT divisions in these banks are diverted right now to Euro currency projects.
Yeah, that's a very good point. If you've been watching these mega mergers over the last couple of weeks, there was a very interesting reference in the Times sometime last week about the Citibank Travelers merger. A day or two after the merger was announced, there was a long article indicating that chances are that the IT departments in these two organizations will not even attempt to integrate for as long as 10 years. That's a mind-boggling period of time. And I'm not sure that Wall Street was aware of that. But the reason was twofold. One was the year 2000 situation, and the other was Mike's point. Citibank has got to work on Euro currency because it's a global bank. And as a result, Citibank has got its hands full just dealing with these two problems. The last thing they need now is to try to spend full time integrating themselves with Travelers. Travelers has got its year 2000 problem, and there was something else they were desperately working on. I don't remember what, but yes.
Sorry, Ed. Just quickly, Ed. Every insurance company has to deal with the euro too. I mean, our biggest client, because all their money is in the foreign money markets.
Right.
So in AMP, the company we work with, they've got a euro project. So it's not just banks; it's insurance companies.
Or financial institutions of any kind. Good point. So it's insurance companies, banks, Wall Street firms. In fact, I think that's what I just said here somewhere or other. Yes.
And actually, year 2000
there you are.
is actually causing some of this mergers. It's been widely publicized in the Philadelphia area that the reason that First Union acquired Core States, or the reason
Right.
Core States wanted to be acquired, is because there was no way they're going to make the year
Yeah.
2000 project. And the thing, of course, we're all concerned about now, that is, at least because a lot of people in Philadelphia use that bank, is will they be able to do it because with the merger?
Yeah, very good point. And this is a phenomenon I think a lot of us noticed, which Boris discussed with us last night as well, that Core States and First Union merged back in January, if I remember correctly. And one of the primary factors, not necessarily the only one, but one of the major factors was the cost and difficulty of the year 2000 project. And which one was the loser? Core State. Ah, okay.
The smaller bank had the solution in place. The larger bank had a problem because of all the acquisition it made. It had all kinds of diverse system.
Right.
So, and by the way, the CEO of First Fidelity got a $50 million golden parachute.
Yeah, smart guy. Now, in the best of let's take one question here.
It's not just financial institutions. Every major corporation that's global in nature, of which our company is $11 billion in sales. We have companies in South America, Europe, and Asia. Tax planning. We're putting in a tax department system that's going to be held in 4 major areas of the world, and the reconciliation of these massive financial amounts in hundreds of millions of dollars a year in tax liability has to be resolved as well.
Okay, good point. Good point. So you're right. It's not just financial institutions, and all major companies, and particularly multinationals, have got a global exposure, not only to year 2000, but things like euro currency and so on. And as a couple of people have pointed out, the mega mergers, in at least a couple of cases, appear to have been motivated by year 2000 concerns, and in other cases may possibly run afoul of year 2000 difficulties. A couple of other things about the financial institutions, and of course true of all other organizations, but I wanted to remind you particularly of the banking situation, that they've got supply chain problems. Even if Bank of America fixes all 300 million lines of code, if the lights go out, if the phones don't work, if their larger customers and suppliers are not ready, they've got a problem. Chase Manhattan published this figure, 2,950 external interfaces, which has led to forecasts like this one from Business Week. And again, as several of us have said, it's not just your traditional banks, it's the brokerage firms, Wall Street, insurance companies, and so on. One of the interesting things that is happening now, as some of you may know, is more pressure to disclose things, though it's still fairly limited. General Motors disclosed their figures. Ford and Chrysler chose not to because they said their expenses were not material, which is an interesting form of stonewalling. But it does not appear that this matters very much to Wall Street. My daughter works on Wall Street in one of the major investment banks. And on the one hand, they're so paranoid about all this, they won't even allow her to indicate who she works for. You know, see, Bob's busily reading on the back, doesn't say, because they've told her she's not allowed to say. On the other hand, none of them are looking at the risk issues. None of them have looked at those General Motors numbers that I mentioned and said, whoa, you know, this could be a problem. And my daughter sees this day in and day out because she works in a hedge fund group whose job is to put together new mutual funds composed of other mutual funds. So she's on the phone all day long, every day, with portfolio fund managers, and she asks them, what do you think about year 2000? Have you taken that into account? Is that part of the evaluation criteria when you consider investing in a company? And the answer is, the what problem? The who problem? Well, yeah, we ask them if they're going to be year 2000 compliant, and that's it. Okay, on to the supply chain issue, and I'm sure most of you have heard about this in general, but I want to touch on the contingency planning issue. Obviously, you've got to check out your larger vendors and suppliers and partners and so on to see if they're going to be compliant. And this is an area where I hope we'll get some good feedback and comments from Jeff Jeanette. This is where you want your legal department to help so that you can get intelligent commitments. If you cannot get a commitment about the process, about the product, we need Roger Pressman back here. It turns out that processes matter. This is a very interesting. This never came up yesterday. Look at this second one. I picked this up off the internet this morning also. This is a letter that one company is sending just out of spite. We're quite confident that all of our systems are year 2000 compliant. However, we have over a 2-year backlog of year 2000 compliance forms to fill out. So according to our scheduling database, you should hear back from us in June 1900. Whoops! But this whole area raises some interesting questions about processes that it may actually matter. See, the thing is, if I depend upon Bob here to supply products to my company, and I call him up and say, Bob, are you year 2000 compliant? His first answer is, yeah, sure. And if I say, well, would you get an officer of your company to put it in writing? We plan to be year 2000 compliant by next June. Well, how do I know? I mean, maybe he's sincere. He looks like a good, honest guy, but how do I? No. How do I know that he's going to make it? Well, if I'm really serious, I want to look at his process. I mean, I can ask a few trivial questions. How many people have you got working on it? When did you start? What's your budget? But if I'm really serious, I want to say, show me your Microsoft project plan. Show me your process manual. Show me what steps you go through. How do you test your remediated systems? What about regression testing? What about baseline testing? That's an interesting one. I'm sure this is going to be one of Boris's key points also. If the requirement for your year 2000 project is to make your system run the same way it ran before, except now it handled states properly, it raises the question, how did it run before? The only way you can figure that out is with a baseline test. We forgot about that. We're already changing our systems. Nobody knows how it ran before because it's no longer the way it was before. So again, if I were really concerned about Bob's ability to deliver a year 2000 product in time, I know what to do with Bob. Somewhere here it says find another supplier. Let's get down here. Yeah, right. No, but if I were serious, I'd want to look very carefully at his process. And I'd want to do it as soon as possible. And I'd want to either find redundant vendors or get rid of Bob and find a replacement vendor or something of that sort. Same basic issue, of course, downstream. If 80% of your revenues come from 20% of your customers, you really want to pay attention to your customers. Not to mention the fact that you have to assume the same thought process is going on in your customer company. They're looking at you suspiciously. So you might want to talk to your customers to reassure them that you're going to be ready. Finally, we've got the group down at the bottom, government, workers, and social services, and I gave you this number already. It's up on the web. I want to remind you that the state agencies are typically much further behind than the feds. New York appears to be at a state where they'll only manage to finish 50% of their critical work. There was a survey of mayors and county executives and so on a couple of months ago in which roughly 90% of them indicated that they did not anticipate any impact from year 2000. If so, factor they're not doing anything about year 2000. Now, here's an interesting point. In the United States, at the moment, there's roughly $1.3 trillion in outstanding municipal debt, county, city, state level, much of it tied to income generation and tax revenue, bridge tolls and airport use taxes and all that kind of stuff. If those things stop, either because of a failure in the computer systems or a general downturn in the economy, the ability to service the debt changes very rapidly, and therefore the value of the underlying bonds changes. An interesting point about this, of course, is that in previous situations where we faced hurricanes and floods and so on, we've turned to the government for help, but in this case, government is part of the problem, not part of the solution necessarily. I'm going to come back to this issue of political leaders in just a moment, so that I manage to get through as much of this as possible. And this is something we may want to talk about over a beer, whether the government might introduce preemptive regulations to prevent panics and bank runs and so on. To give you a sense of the politics here, just out of curiosity, how many of you have read the executive order from the president? So 3, 4, 5. Now this is rather interesting. This is a very elite group, probably among the top 5 or 10% of the computer community. And with regard to this whole stuff, one assumes that we're more aware and more knowledgeable than the average public. You may remember that February 4th was 2 days after the State of the Union message. Well, probably you don't, but I do, because there was a rumor going around that President Clinton was going to address the year 2000 issue in the State of the Union message. It's the only reason I bothered watching the damn thing. And every time the word millennium came up in his speech, I said, okay, here it comes. Well, no, it was something else. It's amazing how many problems he told us about. He told us there was a problem with Social Security. It's going to go bankrupt 20 years from now. There's a problem with global warming. My children's grandchildren might have a problem in 75 years. I really better think about that. There are problems with the schools and problems with drugs and problems with God knows what. There's all these problems, but not a mention of the year 2000 problem, which is very interesting, particularly since 2 days later, out comes an executive order that says minimizing the year 2000 problem will require a major technological and managerial effort. It's critical that the United States government do its part, but not critical enough to say anything in the State of the Union message. Critical enough to set up a new conversion council to assure that no critical federal programs experience a problem, to cooperate with the private sector operators of all the critical infrastructures, and you see the whole list there, and to communicate with the foreign counterparts to raise awareness. Wow, very impressive problem. Who they put in charge? Al Gore? Colin? Bill Gates? You know, if he had put Monica in charge, the country would have paid attention. You know, we'd be saying, what's she going to do today? But he didn't. He put somebody named John Koskinen in charge, who may be a very intelligent, dedicated, brilliant person, but nobody's ever heard of him. But there is an executive order. There is a year 2000 council. Now the council has about 35 people, mostly CIOs from various government agencies. Mr. Koskinen has a staff of 3, which is rather interesting. And this is the expected completion date. This is probably optimistic in the following sense. This was calculated by Congressman Stephen Horn by taking the reported level of progress and extrapolating forward. Saying, okay, if you got this far by this date and we assume the same rate of progress, well, then we can expect that the Energy Department will finish in the year 2019. Now, the problem is that the reported progress thus far is from every indication I've gotten, highly optimistic. I spent last Friday with one of the major agencies that I'd best not identify because these are folks that can come shoot me. And I said, how are your year 2000 projects coming along? And they said, well, it kind of got delegated down by management. Management just said to all the various people, this is an organization that at one point a few years ago had 11,000 4chan programmers, just to give you a sense of what they're up to. 4chan lives. And so they sent a message down saying to everybody, take care of this year 2000 stuff. So everybody said, oh, geez, I've got to take care of it. So they eyeballed the code. I don't see any dates, so that's that. And went back to whatever they were doing. Now that Congress is looking at this, another memo came down saying, how are you doing? And all the little project teams said, well, we're not doing inventory because we think we got all of our code. You know, we can see most of it anyway. We're not doing assessment because we already did that. We eyeballed the code and didn't see any dates, so that's done. We're not doing remediation because we didn't see anything to remediate, so we must be testing. We're in the testing stage. And that's the official report that's gone back up to OMB. I'm serious. So if anything, these reports are probably optimistic, but even assuming that they're fairly accurate, this is a rather disturbing state of affairs. And it has led to other interesting things as well. I don't know how many of you are here from California? Any California people? All right. Oh, that's right, Heather. Right, okay. Do you see this executive order? All right, well, it's on the web. You can go track it down. The governor, in his infinite wisdom, last October issued an executive order with lots of whereases and therefores and so on. I'll, boil it down to the essence. He said, with due consideration for mandated initiatives, each agency shall defer commencing new projects until all the essential stuff is year 2000 compliant. That's a moratorium in other language. Each agency shall protect its essential systems from corruption. Firewalls are taking on a new meaning. State agencies shall not purchase new systems or hardware or software, etc., that's non-compliant. And here's the killer. Agencies shall achieve compliance through existing resources. Now, at the time this was put out, the official budget for year 2000 in the state of California was $50 million. The current estimate is $840 million, if I remember correctly, a minor 17-fold increase. That's going to have an impact, possibly, at the state or federal or local level on the social infrastructure. As we all agreed earlier, we won't miss the IRS, but if Norm doesn't save us back there, that's true. And as you said, Boeing isn't certifying the planes and the airports aren't ready. I'll cover all that in a minute. So you might also miss Social Security and Medicare and a few other agencies. You might also be inconvenienced by disruptions in hospitals, fire, police, and so on. And if your employees cannot or will not come to work, that will cause some problems. And As for air traffic control, we've heard a lot about that, possible problems with the air traffic control systems. But then on top of that, there's the issue of embedded systems on the airplanes, as well as compliance issues with the airports. Denver International Airport, which has achieved infamy already with its software engineering problems, just began its year 2000 assessment phase about 2 weeks ago. Atlanta Airport is still thinking about whether they should begin their assessment this year or next year, and I haven't heard about the other airports. Jeff Jeanette and I were involved in the Maritime Year 2000 conference back in February, and I think Jeff will confirm that a lot of the Coast Guard people look like they've been kicked in the stomach. It was the first time they'd heard about Year 2000, and that's where we heard the interesting statistic from the Year 2000 person at the Department of Transportation that 95% of the export tonnage in the United States goes to market via ships, which is an interesting phenomenon. As for the automobile situation, aside from the minor problem that perhaps some of our cars may not work correctly, the larger question is whether GM, Ford, and Chrysler will still be able to manufacture cars, particularly given that they have between 30 and 70,000 suppliers, first tier, second tier, third tier, and so forth. So lots of bad stuff might happen, could happen, and so forth, and one way of thinking about that, in my opinion, is to look at the time frame of the disruptions. Now, this is entirely arbitrary, and you'll see some discussion of this in the book that my daughter and I wrote, but we thought it was useful to look at this in terms of orders of magnitude. We might anticipate some problems that last for a couple days, or 10 times longer than a couple days, namely a month, or 10 times longer than a month, roughly speaking, or 10 times longer than that. And the reason that's interesting is that if you consider the contingency plan that would be required, you cannot just extrapolate and make it incrementally, longer when you go up an order of magnitude. Your contingency plan for a 1 month power outage is probably different than it is for a couple of days. In fact, a lot of people in eastern Canada discovered that. They ran out of gas after a couple of days. Their generators were never intended to run full-time 24 hours a day for a month, etc. The fundamental thing, I think, particularly on a personal level, and you'll see this discussed in our book, but to some extent also at the corporate level, is that minor or even moderate disruptions can usually be overcome with stockpiling or redundancy or just outright stubbornness. I'm sure that that a lot of Canadian businesses managed to ride out the ice storm. I mean, it was difficult, painful, expensive, but the ones that were determined to get through it got through it. At some point, and I suspect it's somewhere between my category of moderate to serious, at the corporate level, you have to just give up and say bankruptcy. At some point, if the lights don't come on, you say, well, the hell with it, we're out of business. At some point, if your suppliers don't supply raw materials, you're out of business. And at the personal level, think of it this way with the Canadian ice storm. Very few people sold their homes and moved to Florida. They were pretty pissed off by the end of a month, but they managed to get through it. If somebody had told them at the beginning of that exercise that the lights in Montreal were going to stay out for a year, I suspect a lot of them would have moved out. So in this whole area, I think ultimately what all of our companies are going to have to do, and then on a personal level, all of us individually are going to have to do, is look at the situation and say, what's my best guess? No certainty, no crystal ball. All I can do is look at the situation, talk to my vendors and suppliers, which on a personal level includes my banks and my phone company and utility company, and then just make the best you can and decide whether stockpiling, $50 under the mattress or a week's worth of food in the pantry is going to be enough, or whether you should consider changing your lifestyle, as I'm doing, for example. My personal opinion is that New York City is going to be like Beirut in January of 2000, and I don't plan to participate in that. One of the things that I hope we'll have a chance to talk about, one reason we asked Jeff Jeanette to be on our panel, is the legal issues. Even if you're compliant, you may be sued. As I've mentioned to a few colleagues of mine over the last month or so, I've changed my entire opinion of lawyers. I don't even tell lawyer jokes anymore, not even behind Jeff's back, because lawyers are saying the most amazing things to us now. They're saying, since you may get sued, you might want to consider documenting your software. You might even want to test it. You know, there's this idea of configuration management. You might want to think about that too. In fact, in general, you might want to follow best practices. The first time I heard a lawyer say that to me, I thought, what? What are you talking about? And they weren't aware that it was a computer buzzword, I don't think. They were just saying, you know, even if things screw up, you'll have a defense if you can show anybody who sues you that you did the best that could possibly be done compared to industry standards. Nobody else is doing a better job of testing, contingency planning, configuration management, regression testing, all of that stuff. So, very interesting. Watch for new legislation emerging between now and the end of '99. There are 7 or 8 states that now have various forms of legislation, most of it intended to protect the state government itself from lawsuits filed by angry welfare recipients or whatever. The one in California is much more interesting, although I understand it's being stalled in committee at this point. That one tries to limit damages caused by year 2000 problems in the private sector to just the cost of replacement of the defective hardware or software. There's the issue of disclosure. As I'd mentioned earlier, the stock exchanges are now putting some pressure, although it's pretty pathetic in most cases in terms of the degree of disclosure that companies are actually being forced into. Insurance is an interesting aspect of this as well. This is another area where Jeff Jeanette does a lot of work, so he may be able to give us some insights or answer whatever questions you have about year 2000 issues. And this reference to D&O, Directors and Officers Policies, this is going to be my answer to a question I've got coming up on this next page about something I call canaries in the coal mine. So I'm just about out of time, and I'm just on my next to last slide. These are questions for you all to think about, and perhaps questions for the panel session to think. We've got to wake up now, panel session. Yep, okay. Oh God, Mike, sorry. If you can't think of anything else to talk about, or if the audience doesn't have any other questions, these are things. First question, what on earth is really going on in the minds of government at this point? One possibility is they don't get it. They've never heard of any of this stuff. That certainly doesn't sound plausible at the federal level, but at the state and local level, there's a good chance today that if you walk in and talk to your local city councilman in a small town, he had no idea what you're talking about. The related issue, and this is something for all of us to think about on a personal level, is if you're concerned about this problem and you want to either offer help or urge more money be spent or whatever, should you do it in a top-down or a bottom-up fashion? Does it make more sense to write letters to your congressman or to go visit the local Salvation Army and Red Cross unit? My opinion is down at the bottom. I've run out of patience with the people at the top. And just pausing now to try to remember if I brought my Al Gore letter. My daughter and I sent autographed copies of our book to Clinton and Gore, and then just to make sure we got the real leaders of the country, to Hillary and Tipper. And we got a postcard back from Bill Clinton saying, "Thanks for your thoughtful gift," signed Monica. And we got a letter from Tipper and a separate letter from Al. Tipper's letter said, "Thanks for your inspirational support," whatever that meant. And Al wrote a page and a half saying, "Year 2000, blah, 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 blah," and it ended with a paragraph saying, "Don't worry, we're taking care of it." So I'm now of the impression that I'd be better off focusing at the bottom level. Next question. How are we going to be able to tell what's really going on in other companies with their year 2000 projects? The lawyers can send letters back and forth, but what kind of indicators should you be looking for? Things like the General Motors statistics that I just told you about earlier, that would give you a clue as to whether these companies are going to make it or not. Some of you might have some opinions about that. And this one is related, of course. What kind of early signs might you be looking for to see whether year 2000 is going to be mild or serious? Is it significant, for example, that the CIO of the Internal Revenue Service resigned, and a week later the CIO of the FAA and the 3 top year 2000 people at DOD resigned? Pure coincidence, most likely, but if the insurance companies put a year 2000 exclusion into the directors and officers policy so that corporate officers and outside directors are personally liable for class action lawsuits and so on, I think you might find some resignations taking place. And that might be an indicator as to how worried those folks are about the vulnerability or exposure they have to their own year 2000 problems. I mentioned this fix on failure notion. I don't know about you, but I'm a little nervous hearing about things like that going on in utility companies. Now, it makes sense to me if I've got a company with, well, like Cutter Information, okay? I don't know how many workstations and PCs we have in the office there. 99% of which is dealing with word processing and page layout and, all that kind of stuff. One could theoretically take the position of sending email to everybody saying, you've got any problems, let me know. If something breaks, let me know, we'll come fix it. I'm not sure that's a good strategy for the IRS. I really would be rather nervous seeing that on a situation where it was financial applications. I don't think it's a good idea for Fidelity, for example. But where does the fix on failure strategy make sense, and what dangers might we worry about? That's, again, related in many cases to the issue of non-critical systems. Okay, talk about Russian roulette. This is going on in some companies, whether you know it or not. And yet another related issue, what are we going to tell our PC users? If we send them an email message, they may not even read it. Do they understand that they're being left to survive on their own? And coming down to the last couple of questions here, is the very discussion of this kind of stuff equivalent to shouting fire in a crowded theater? That's obviously a decision you'll have to make on your own, but it raises the larger issue of the moral and ethical obligations that all of us have in this area. Now that came up yesterday or the day before, I can't even remember. It was in Rob's session when Rob and Larry were babbling away at each other. The whole question of what kind of ethical responsibilities we have, what level of integrity we really ought to be following. If all of this stuff turns out to be a minor problem, then it won't matter. Just as I suggest it hasn't mattered for the last 20 years. And the only reason that we've been able to get away with all this stuff is that fundamentally none of it really mattered. So yeah, a system crashes, a project collapses. For the last 20 years I've been a consultant, and I come home from my assignments and I would say to my wife, you won't believe what I saw today. The most screwed up project. Another $100 million down the drain. And my wife would say, so what? And I'd say, well, but it was terrible. And she would say, so what? I mean, what's this got to do with me? And she was right. It had nothing to do with her or me. I got my consulting fee. I went away. I lived happily ever after. And same thing with year 2000. If it turns out to have been a minor issue, then all these discussions about morals and ethics and so on, and how we should be noble people and so on, well, it's not really going to matter. But if people get killed because of disruptions in hospitals or any other safety critical environment, then whatever choices we make, given that we're the ones that are out there trying to fix these systems, are going to have major ethical ramifications. Indeed, in the worst case, we're dealing with very unpleasant ramifications. Those of us who may be fixing software in nuclear reactors or hospital systems in the operating room or whatever. There was that whole period back in the 60s and 70s when nuclear warfare looked like it was not an impossible situation, where people wrote very thought-provoking essays about what the consequences would be if we allowed things to continue. And in our field, I don't know how many of you remember reading the essay that David Parnas wrote on the front page of the New York Times in 1985, in which he said, we better not build Star Wars because that's going to be somewhere between 10 million and 100 million lines of code. We can't make it work. We're going to have, on the average, of 1,000 bugs in that system with the best software technology we know, and any one of those bugs could essentially obliterate Western civilization. Whether his essay was instrumental in the ultimate decision not to build that system, I don't know, but at least Professor Parnas, I think, really expressed some strong moral feelings. In our case, I would suggest that if you haven't done this recently or ever, you might want to go take a look at the Code of Ethics. Rob, were you the one who brought this up? I think you were. It's not just the U.S. here. Canada, Australia, and I think several European countries have professional computer societies with a Code of Ethics that we theoretically have agreed to follow. I mean, if you're a member of the ACM or IEEE, either implicitly or explicitly, you've agreed that you'll live by a code of ethics that includes things like this. Contribute to society and human well-being. Avoid harm to others. That's a good thing to keep in mind if you're working on the Year 2000 project in a nuclear reactor. Got some email from a guy in such a shop this morning. Be honest and trustworthy. That would be a nice change in many of our projects. No, boss, we're not going to finish this project on time. Have you noticed how amazing it is that the estimating and scheduling of all the Year 2000 projects miraculously and coincidentally all concluded with this schedule that said we'll finish by December 31st, 1998. Isn't that amazing? I'm sure it was honest and trustworthy. Baloney. I'm not going to read through this whole list. I'm going to suggest simply that you take a look at this on the web and give it some thought if you're involved in any aspect of a Year 2000 project for which there might be some devastating consequences. I think I'll bring this to an end at this point. Hopefully I've given you some food for thought. If I haven't absolutely ruined your afternoon, we'll see about that, I suppose. Whoops, what's going on here? There we go. Just discovered I've been running this whole thing on battery power too, which I wasn't aware of. Anyway, I think I'll bring this to an end and give you a chance to go out and get a strong drink, maybe to stabilize yourselves. We're going to come back at 2:30, and our panel session will come together up here, and we'll try to cope with whatever questions you might have. Thanks.